Hello everyone, welcome to today's episode 3 of building our Beaver Stack starter kit, and I'm so happy to bring you this episode. This episode was the most hard to make. It had a lot of things. I had to post the video so many times because the bugs were really extensive, and we did amount of good work into this video. So we add authentication system, which I'm not going to demo into this video because it is too big. We have the sign up with email and password, social authentication, sign up with Google. We have login, we have OTP, we have reset password, forget password. We have the profile, and all those ones we added using beta auth in Hono at the backend. So that needs its own video, but I'm just going to quickly demo these three. The CRUD API for product categories optimized update. This optimized update is hands down, guys. I'm just going to show you how cool it is, and I'm so proud of it. And then we have file storage with Ep.3, R2, and drop zone. I'm just going to add even drop zone. Like, this is really cool. It gave us really a lot of headache, but finally it is working so perfectly, and I can't wait to show you how it works. Let's dive in into the demo. This is the API. You have a lot of APIs like for the file upload, categories, products, and all that. Plus even the authentication, which has its own even CRUD docs. Just going to look at that. But right now, I'm just going to go ahead and show you the demo for the CRUD first. You can create a new category very easily by just coming here, and you can just say, for example, maybe let's just call these ones domestic, maybe kitchenware. Why not? So you can just say kitchenware, and you just go ahead and create this. So this is the product. You see, it is very smooth, very nice. It creates very well. It shows you the products that are in, the status, and everything. Let's go to the products. It's the one which has nice things that we can learn from. So I'm just going to go ahead and create a new product. Okay. So we can just create a new product. For example, in the we could just go here on Jumia very fast, and I can just go ahead and say maybe kitchenware, and we could just go ahead and get something to create from here. Okay, let's just go ahead and create the fridge. I don't know if this is under this, but I can just go ahead and copy this, and let's go down here and let's give it this. Let's go back. I'm just going to go ahead and get the description, copy all this, and let's go ahead and add a description. I'm just going to go here, $1,000, stock of 10, category, just going to add kitchenware, and let's go ahead and add the images. So this is where it is very interesting, guys, when it comes to the file uploads that we added. So I'm just going to go ahead and save these images. Let's just say this is going to be K1. And then we have the second image save, which is going to be like K2. And then let's see add the third one, which is going to be K3. Okay, like this. So we're just going to add only 2 images for the start, so that we use another one on the update. Just going to add this and these 2, and let's go ahead and upload. Now, before I upload, right now we are using this image upload. It uses both R2 and S3, so you can specify any you want. Right now, if you just go, for example, into the product form, we are using Cloudflare R2 right now. And if I just go in R2, you will see that in this bucket, the Beaver starter kit, we have right now these images, and these are for different products. So right now I just want to go ahead and I show you, okay, just want to go ahead and I show you, this is now the same Beaver stack, but this is AWS Ep.3 right now, and this is R2. So you can just use R2, or if I want, I can switch to using S3 and everything still works exactly the same. And that's what I want to show you quickly. So right now I'm just using R2. You can see the images right now currently there are 1 up to 5. You can just refresh. We make sure that there are only 5. So there are only 5. I'm just going to go back here, upload, and let's add these two. I'm just going to add this and this one. So this one's going to go ahead and upload, and since it has uploaded, I'm just going to quickly go ahead and create the product. And you can see the product has been created. And if I just go back to the categories, you see that this one now, the kitchenware has 1 item. Going back to products, we can do a couple of things on this one. We can actually delete it. I'm just going to demo the delete with other, like this test one. If I click on delete, I can just go ahead and delete, but I just want to show you some nice things here. So if you just go on the edit, okay, and you can see that we created the this. I can just go ahead and remove this to update. So you can update this here is page this. Go ahead and update. So this one makes a nice update like on the Slack to make it more clean, and you can see even the Slack updates right away there. Now the nice update I want to show you actually is on the here on the products. So right now you see we have 2 products. So if right now I just go ahead and remove another product, let's say I remove this one, you see that this one actually deletes it from R2. So if I just refresh, so like right now you see like we have now 6 because we added 2, deleted 1. Now we have 6. You can just go ahead and I save the changes. So if I just come back here, you can just update images, and this is going to update. And if I refresh, you see that this actually has only 1 image. So you can just add more images. So since we can just add now, let's look at what is there. So we have this one with the open door. So you can just go ahead and add this and this, and let's update. And this is going to go ahead now update and save the images. And now this is going to go ahead and add these images in here. Okay, it's going to go ahead and add these images in here. Now you can see we have about I don't know if this is 7 or 8 images in here. Now the funny part is 1. So if you just go ahead and delete this product for some reason, okay, if you just go ahead and delete this product, so we can just go ahead and delete this. Okay, so if I just go ahead and delete this image, you can see the product has been deleted. But now the nice thing is that it actually didn't just only delete, it also deleted the images that is attached on it. Instead of leaving them in the bucket, even the images are actually gone. So like this was really nice implementing this. I'm feeling so proud of myself right now. So another nice cool thing, we can just now say that, okay, I'm just going to change this to use AWS. So you can just go ahead and just do this. Okay. So just only changing the provider here, as simple as this, is just enough. Okay. Wait. The thing is AWS Ep.3, not just AWS. So I'm just going to go ahead and now put Ep.3. I'm just going to go ahead and refresh, and just going to go ahead now add a new product. The exact same process actually. So if I just go ahead and I add this, let me just go ahead and add this, and let's go ahead and add the description of this product. Okay, and let's go ahead and add 1,100, and maybe just add here 20 category, let's say kitchenware, and let's go ahead and add the images. Now let's just right now add 3 of them, and this is just the same exact experience, and just going to go ahead and save. And now this has already uploaded, but now not on R2. So if I just just here refresh, there's nothing. But if I just go here and I refresh on AWS, we now has these 3 images. Okay, we have the 3 images. Of course, there are some others which we had there. And if I just go ahead and delete again, or I update the images, or in any way, if I just go here on the additional and I delete these images, or I delete the whole entire product, it just goes ahead and deletes all those images from the bucket. That is really hands down. Like the image upload, how we implemented it, I feel so good right now. Okay, so if you just recap, let's dive in and get started, guys. Hello everyone, welcome to episode 3 of building BHVR starter kit. And previously, by the end of the previous episode, we're stuck in the loop of deployment. So today we are not going to go into deployment. I'm pushing it towards the end so that we can just hustle with it, since the only problem we had with it was about the core policy. So right now in today's episode, I have a few hours today. I have about up to 1 p.m. so that I have about 5 hours. I don't know how much or what we can do in the 5 hours, but today I want to focus on doing actually the e-commerce API, seeing if we can actually add file uploads to Ep.3, and yeah, that's what I'm focusing on in today's video. So we're just going to see how it goes. I already have my backend running, so you can just also spin up the backend here. Let me just see if I can just get the, anyways, I could just go and say localhost 8787. So we can just go here like this. Yeah, so this is our API, the BHVR starter kit, and it's looking awesome. And we have the API documentation. So far we don't have much here. Just going to start and improving all this. Okay, so we do a lot today in terms of building the API, understanding all those CRUD functionalities, building models and all that. So yeah, we just want to dive in and get started. So right now, this is the dashboard. When you log in, you can see here I'm logged in here. Just going to be seeing we have the overview for the statistics here. Might in the future add in more, but right now, then we have products, categories. I actually just want to put categories first. So you can just go on the client. Okay, I can just search for the dashboard layout, and you can just go to wherever we have these links and simply change them around. Are they in the sidebar here? Let's see, beaver and nav items. So basically we just need to see these nav items, and the nav items are here. So you can see, I'm just going to shift this, just going to shift it here, and that should just update the categories to be on top. Okay, yeah, so the categories are on top. So we'll start the categories. We'll look at defining its schema in the database and also the product. So if you just look at this here, it has simply a name. Okay, it has a name, slug, and status, and also we have this updated. So it doesn't have actually a lot of things now. So I can just go here and let's define the schema for this. Just going to open the schema. So we had previously done the product at the beginning when we were starting testing the database, which we will modify to add in the missing things. So I'm just going to go here, and I'm just going to say category. So sorry, model. I'm just going to say category, just like this. I will just add an ID, which is a string, and which is at. And by the way, let me just first, I think I need to restart this for some reason. Just going to say at ID and default CUID. So you can see like the I don't have these autocomplete. I don't know if just like this. I'm just going to go ahead and restart this here. So I'm just going to go ahead and close everything. And let me just go ahead and check in here, this folder, check. I will just go to here, go to YouTube, and just go to burn. I'm just going to go here and open this again in VS Code. I'll just go ahead and maybe delete all these. Okay, can just try CJ. Okay, so we can just have I could cd into server. Just going to run dev, and I will also cd into client. Run dev. Okay, so I'm just going to go here. So we can also just be checking the session, but I think the session is not there. So I'm just going to go ahead and log in again. Okay. Go to categories. So just like defining the categories here. I don't know if this is back, but I'm just going to test this out from here. I say it is a string at ID, which is nice, and at default CUID. Nice. So this is the ID, and then it has a name, which is going to be a string. Then it has a slug, which is going to be a string and unique. And finally, we're just going to have the timestamps. So you can just go ahead and say created. Created at, which is a daytime, and at default, which is going to be now. And then we have the updated at, which is also daytime, and at updated at, like so. And that's the only thing that we need to add. as far as this is concerned. Then we need to link this with the product. So let's first go ahead and define the product, and then after we'll link them together. So if you look at the product, now normally for the product you might not actually see this from here. Let's first go ahead and visit the store. So if you just look at the store, you see these are just categories like this. But let's just look at the product. Now if you look at these, this is the category, this is the price. So let's click on this. So you can see on top of just having the image, it has images. So while we have this image, we can have images, which is going to be a string array, just like that. And we have the title, the price, which I believe we already have. Then we have the description, and then here colors. I'm not sure if we're just going to have, because these normally are like anyways, if we wanted to show the colors, we can also just like add the colors, but right now I'm just going to leave out the colors. And then we have this. So yeah, it is just as simple as that. I saw the product details is complicated, but this is going to work. Okay, this is going to work. Now for the category, now we're just going to actually link it. We're just going to go ahead and link it with an actual category. So I'm just going to go ahead and get these, remove this. What do I want to remove? So I just want to go ahead and make I'm just going to go ahead and make, first of all, let's put category ID, which is going to be a string. So we all know the product to category is a one-to-many. One category has many products. So the product will have category ID like this. And then here we just go ahead and say that this is of type category, and then we say add relations or add relation, and then inside here just need to pass in two things. I think the first one is we have references, okay, and in the references we pass in, for example, what are we referencing. So just going to reference ID, and then I think we have comma fields, and this is where we pass in like the category ID. Now you have to go to this here, and you say we have products and type of product array, just like this. So in the category we pass in the products, and then in the product we pass in two things, the category ID and the category, just like this. And we need to go ahead and I think delete all the existing data in the database before we move to push this. So I'm just going to go to, let me just go to the DB, which is going to be Prisma. I'm just going to this here and go to studio. and you can just go to product, select all, and let's delete. Okay, so we have deleted all of them, so now we will not have any problem pushing this relationship. So we have the category ID, and then we have now the category. I think that's the only thing that we need here right now. Yeah, to make it as simple as that. So let's just go ahead and push this. So I'm just going to run it as a migration. So I'm just going to just cd into server, cd into the server. I'm just going to run. So you think you can just run Banix, and then you're like Prisma migrate dev dash dash name, and just going to say added category relationship. I'm just going to say this. So this is supposed to go ahead and do the migration. I'm just going to give it a second. Meanwhile, we have going to talk about now the forms and everything. So I'm just going to fast pause until this finishes. Okay, so we just want to go to forms, and we already had previously dealt with this product form. You can see it here. However, we just want now to transform it to the dashboard, but we had it here. So just going to go ahead and change a little bit into this one. Okay, so there are a couple of things I would want to change on this product form. So first of all, let's go back into here. So when okay, we are going to start with the category. Let's start with the category. I think it is the easiest one. So what we want this one to be a pop-up. For the category, this one needs to be a pop-up, which makes it more easier to be a pop-up. So I'm just going to go in here, and let's go to where that button is. So in this, I'm just going to go to so we have routes, and we have to go to the dashboard, and we have, for example, dashboard categories index here, and then inside here is where we have these categories, and this is why we have a button that has add new category here. So eventually this button we want to transform it, and it bees we just want to transform it bees this. So I'm just going to go ahead and use this button. So we can have a folder in I'm just going to create a folder. So you can see in the dashboard we have like this categories. So instead I'm just going to actually create dashboard, and then I'm just going to say categories, and everything to do with categories should go inside these categories. So the categories listing, which I'm looking right now, is it here? Just going to move this into categories, And then also we're just going to add the category form. Just going to rename this to category form .tsx, and into this one we're just going to bring the form. So just going to go to simple UI, so you can just go to simple UI forms, and you know about this this form, this pop-up form. This will be really enough for this purpose. So I'm just going to go get the code, and let's come back here. We're just going to remove some couple of things. For example, remove this use client. Okay, and we can just add the dialog. Make sure you are at the client. Just going to open again, cd into client, just going to say banix shard scene latest, add dialog. So just going to add the dialog. I think that's the only one that we need to add. So just going to add the dialog. So we have this add new category. What did I want to do? Oh, okay, so I'm just going to go back to the category. So while we have this button here, this is going to be our trigger, right? So we just need to copy this. I'm just going to go back to the category form. So wherever you see this trigger, so we can just go ahead and remove this where we have this the child. So I'm just going to go ahead and remove this, or comment this down, and now we can just go ahead and bring category form. So where we have this, can remove this, and then we say category form, just like this. Okay, so in the category form we still have two errors. The dialog, they are still adding the dialog, which I'm just going to wait for a second. So I don't know if you guys are also getting this error. So as I'm trying to install the dialog, I'm getting this error. So I'm just going to go ahead and use another approach. I'm just going to use a page instead of I'm just going to create a page instead. So what we can do is I'm just going to scroll down to where we have categories. So you can just say, for example, create, and inside the create I will just put the index.tsx, just like this. Now we can just go ahead and look at this, the one we had here, this index. I will just copy everything, Ctrl C, and I will go inside inside the categories index. I will put everything here like this. Okay, so I would want to separate the form alone. I'm just going to separate the form alone and add it in the category form, where we have the category form. And I will also go back to the categories, and I want to go back and first pull back our button here, because now we're going to use a different approach. So in the category form is where I'm going to put the form. So let me just go to index, create. So here we have everything. We have the header. I don't know which we will change. We have success, and then this, and then we have the CRUD. So this is what I want to. Let me copy everything, and let's go to the category form. I'll replace this with this one. So I'm just going to remove everything. For example, this root component, I'm just going to name this as category form. Okay, I'm just going to name it as category form, and I'm just going to say export category form. Then other things like here, we just only want the category like this. Okay, I'm just going to go ahead and remove everything from here. So I'm just also going to name this to be, I don't want this, just going to name this to be a category schema. Just say here category name, and then here just going to say product, just say category schema, and this should also change to category. This is going to be category, and this is also category. Okay, so for now I'm just also going to remove on success here. So the mutate function, we'll just look at this later. So anything like the header and everything like this, I just want it to be their side. So the header, you can just remove this. Okay, then others I can leave them, and then in the form we can just go ahead and remove all others. Just going to go ahead and remove all others like this. Okay, we don't need these here. And also we don't need input group. Okay, this use create product. We'll just create the one for category. but for now I just want this category form to be put in the index. So you can just go ahead and remove everything here like this, and then you put category form, and everything else like the form, mutate, these we can remove. Also the schemas, so you can remove the schema and all these imports. Okay, I'm just going to go ahead and remove all these. We don't need this, as well as load. Okay, so this is more light. So that means that we can just go to categories index, to where we have this add new category. So we can just say on click. So if, for example, we could create navigate, so we can just say const navigate is equal to use navigate, just like this, and then we can just go to add here, and we say on click, and we call navigate, and we're just going to navigate to slash dashboard categories create this one. So we can just first go ahead and test that. Click on create, and you can see that we have this while we have create this, create new category. So back to so if I just go back to here, it's going to be back to categories dashboard, dashboard categories, like so, and here's going to be back to categories. Okay, so here back to categories, add a new category, and we have this. We can just go to where we have this here, customize this, create new category, add new category. Okay, and we can just check for this. This is going to be category name. We can just check for you can see here category name must be at least 3 here. So we can just go ahead and create its API. So if you just go back to the products in the you can just go back to this server. Let's go to the server down here where we have these categories. I'm just going to duplicate this, and I create for categories in the routes. Let me rename this to categories. Okay, let's start with the schema. I'm just going to rename this to categories.schema, and here we're just going to say that let's say First, maybe we need let's start with what we need, which is going to be category create. Category create schema like this. I'll just only need the name. Okay, and then ID param, we can just leave it like this. So this is going to be create category type of product, of category create schema like this. Now we can also just say look at this product schema, which has the ID name like this, and maybe we just say slag, and just going to say this is going to be the category schema. Now normally we just already just like define one, like you define the category schema here, like this, and then when you go to category create schema, you can just also like use, you say for example that z dot I don't remember how do you use the omit, so we could just say this is the category schema. I think it is, well, we can just say for example this dot omit, and then you pass in the object you want to omit. Let me just see how I can do this. How I have quickly forgotten, guys. And if you just like, am I just like being tired just early the morning like this? So I'm just gonna see how do I use omit to create the category create schema, just like this. So you can just say omit ID true like this. Okay, so yeah, I was almost. So let's just go. We have this. So what that means is that what that one means is that we can just go to create this category create schema. We can just say omit ID, and maybe I don't know, slag. Okay, just like this. So this remains exactly the same. This is going to be category is z of category schema, and then here we're just going to have category of category schema. Okay. So we can just have those ones. So basically you have only the name, and then the next is going to be creating the routes. So we can just go here in the routes. I'm just going to say category is the routes. So here's going to be categories. Okay, and here is slash categories. So this is going to be here. Let's say categories response array of categories. Get single category. And ID param get a single category. Response is going to be, so this here, we can just first do category schema, and then we have the create, which is categories. Create category. Okay. Here we're just going to see here category. Okay, so basically here we come and create product. So this is going to be category list from, so this, I'm also just going to change this to category list. So when you come down here, it will be category list, and even this is going to be get single category, and this is going to be called category create route, and then this one's going to single category route. Okay, so it seems everything is good. You can just go here and let's remove this. Okay, so here we still have categories, create category, then this is per category create. And this is also category create. Okay, so the next one we can just work on handlers. Okay, I'm just going to go here, right click, categories. Okay, so the first one is going to be get single category, and this is going to be single category route. Okay, so let me just first comment these because we don't need them at the moment. I'm just going to go here and ID is okay, so we could first find okay, if we just wanted to just say category and then category, and then here we return If there is no category, this is as category. Okay, so just going to have also here the category list, and it's going to be category list route categories. And here's going to be categories. So we're just going to first leave it like this. We're just going to refine them. Let's just go to create. So here we're just going to have create, and this is going to be category. Category create route, and so you just come here, we just get the slug, and we can just create the payload existing category here, and then if existing category, and then we create new category. And here you could just say create category. So I think in this, let's say if you can also just say select, you can just select here, and this is going to be category. Okay. I'm just going to remove the imports, so I can just remove this, more products, product, something like this. So we have finally the categories index, and this is going to be first of all the routes, they have changed it already to categories, so it is dot category list, this one also category list, create, that's going to say get single category, and even this get single category. And then we can just bring this to index. So in the index, where we first of all define and import the products. Similarly, I'm just going to go here, and say categories. And then the next thing is to bring the categories in the array. So just add them first, like this, and let's go to, so you can just go here, let's refresh. Okay, so we have the categories down here, and you can see that we have all these. Now for the get, for some reason, instead of just having a title, it has this. But you said we can create a new category, just needing only the required is the name. Okay, so you can create using the required name only. So we can just go ahead and test that. I'm just going to go back to the category form. So what we just need first of all is to go to use create product. I'm just going to duplicate this into use category. Use category. Use categories. So the first one is going to be fetch. Okay, I'm just going to go. I will start with the create, maybe so this one. Create category. So for this, you can just go in this here in the category form maybe. So it is where we have this category. So we have export category, create data. So if you just come back here, you can just import this. So he's going to slash categories post, and then we send that fit create category response, and we can just get that product data sent to the API. We can just look at the result actually instead, like result, which is going to be result. So this is a function create category. So when we just go down to use create category, it's going to simply call this function, and on success, this is where we would toast actually. Okay, would toast on this, and then on Ola. So you just go ahead and say, for example, toast dot success, and you can just say category created successfully. Now I don't know if at this point I can navigate, but let's just leave it at this. And on error, we can also toast the error, and we can just say fit create category. So here we can console this. So now if we just go back the category form, instead this is going to be coming from use category, use create category. So we get the exact same thing. So maybe the only thing I just want to do on success here is to navigate. So we can reset the form and navigate. So you can just say const navigate is going to be use navigate. So we can just say on success, we can reset, and then we can just say navigate, and then we navigate to dashboard categories. Okay. So theoretically this should work. If I just go now to let's go here, let's refresh, and let's say, for example, electronics, create. Okay, so error fate create category. I'm not sure what now the error is here. Eight seven categories. Okay, let's just go. So if you look at the API, if you go back here and create category, just click here. So this is the /API category. So let's just go ahead and prefix with API. So if I just go to use categories, in here we're just going to have API categories. Okay, let's go ahead and try one more time. We can just say create here. Nice. So you can see that the result brings back the ID and the message. So we route back here. So at this point we need to fetch these categories. So first of all, let me just go to the categories. So if you just look at these categories, we have them here. Categories data is in here. So we need to prepare something like this coming from so instead of actually last updated, I think I'm just going to use, okay, we could just last updated, maybe we could just say when it was created or last updated. Anyways, let's just leave that. I'm just going to return. Oh, we forgot actually to add status. Status active. So you know, in the types, let's see the status here. It is active or archived. Okay. Which is okay. So I'm just going to add in this in the schema. Let me just get these two. So in the schema, we can just go to the category and let's add in status. And this is going to be enum, which is going to be category status like this. So active and archived. And then here is going to be category status, and then we can just say add default. It's going to be active like this. And now you can just like make changes. Let me just cd into the server. Clear this, and then you can just actually go ahead. I just run banx prisma migrate dash name. You can just go into code this added status to category. I just select this. So the migration is ran. So we have the status, and I'm just going to go back to server. So if you just go server and you just go to the schema, let's start looking at what we want. So if you remember in this in the categories, here, this is what we have. So this is what I intend to return. So if I just go back to the category schema, so I just need to match this. Okay. So we have the ID, name, product count, and others. So I would name this as, so we already have category response schema. We have the categories response. So I'm just going to say that dashboard category, and I just say schema. It's going to be z dot object. Okay. So it's going to be export const. So for the strings, we're just going to say z dot string. I'm just going to put commas. This one's going to be z dot number, and for this status, which is going to be, I think, z dot, I think, inner. Then you, I don't know, can you pass like active, and then archived. And the spelling of the archived, and then this which is going to be a string. So we'll just go ahead and try to return an array like this. So I just need also to first get in the schema. Let me get the spelling of the word archived. Oh, archived doesn't have E. Apparently there is no E in this. So we can just come here to where we have these categories response. Just going to actually return categories maybe just put here the dashboard categories schema. So in the handlers, while we say category list, so we just have to find more than something like more than this. Okay. So first of all, let's just first find first remove this and this as. So I'm just going to go ahead and inside here I will first select what I want. So I'm just going to say, first of all, I will use the select, and I can just go back. First of all, I can just go back in the schema a little bit, and let me just get this. So basically we need this. Okay, so the select is going to be ID true. So the name true. Then now for the product count, so this one we just going to say, for example, let me first do that one. I do this. This is going to be true, and last updated also. So this one is going to be updated at which is going to be true. Now going back to this, we're just going to say select. So I'm just going to first go down here. So in the select, there is, you can just say underscore count, and inside here you can also do another select, and then we can just do products to true like this. Now whatever we just get in here, just going to say const result, which is going to be equal to categories dot map, and I will just have access to a single category, and they say return, and I'm just now going to return this object. Okay, so yes, I need to return this. I'm just going to return ID, which is going to be c dot ID. This is going to be c dot name, c dot slag. Then this is going to be c dot, so this is why I say count, then dot products, and then for status we're going to be c dot status, and this one is going to be c dot updated at. So this is what we want. So if you hover on this, we'll have our, so we could just go and we're just going to return here result like this. Okay, we're just returning the result. So if we just go back to in here, let's go ahead and test API post. So let me cancel this. I'll just go to API category. Can we first finish this, like this title? Why is it on the routes, more especially here? Let's go to the one for list. So we have this. If you go to others, they have the summary and description. So if you look at this, it doesn't have those. So I'm just going to go down here. So summary, this is going to be, first of all, get a list of categories, and here this returns category. Okay, So this should just change. Yeah, get list of categories. And so you just go test this endpoint like this. Yeah, so we return this, and you can see like how we get this product count and status active. Last updated is this. Now if you look at the last updated data in the categories, if I just go back the categories and look at the last updated data, 2024-05 20th. So basically we'll just like cut this. Okay, we'll slice it, I think. So let's go ahead and create. I'm just going to go ahead in the categories, more especially in use categories. Let's first work on the fetch categories. So here I'm just going to change this to fetch categories. Fetch categories. So promise of this is going to be category. Now we can just actually go to categories, categories in here, and we can just export this. Export this. And now down here, so this one's going to be /API /categories fetch to fetch categories. And then when we come to use categories, okay, query keys categories, and then this is going to be fetch categories. So now we can just get these. If I just go to categories, index categories here, so we can simply go ahead, comment this. Okay, I'm just going to come here and I say const is equal to use categories. So just going to get data as categories. Equal to empty here. We have is loading, error, error, categories is loading, error, and I think we refetch like this, and then here you can just see use categories like that. So the only thing I just need to actually add on this is when it is loading and other things. Okay, so basically you can just say, okay, get this, and let me just go back to here. we just say that in this, add a loading skeleton, the refetch button, so here's going to be the table loading skeleton, and then also the table error. Okay, so basically I just want us to create those the loading scale. I want just reuse that, I think, on all the tables for now. Okay, so this is the file I want. So let's go through it. Let's go through it. So we have our category here. Now we have our table skeleton. The good thing with this table skeleton doesn't have anything like the name. So I will take this into dashboard components. So let's say I take this to where we have dashboard outside here to have like table loading skeleton. I will just use this for on other tables, so we can paste in this. Instead, I'm just going to say cut this and just say RFC, and then let's paste the return. So just go back to categories, so to where we need this. Here. Okay, so the second one is going to be the table error. We have also the table empty. Okay, so we have the table error. I'm just going to go ahead and take this. So in the dashboard, I'll define the table error. We can just say export. Could just export function or export const, like that. and then also the table empty, so we can just go back dashboard, and then we have table empty.tsx, and let's go here, we say export. Okay, we could pass in the search term, but I'm just going to say here if there is search term. Maybe we could pass in the search term. So if you look at the table error here, you can see for it, it takes in this error and on retry. Okay, so we can just come here, and so here we see that we can just search term, it is a string, and then here you can access the search term. Okay, so you can just go back to the categories, and let's add those missing the table error and this, and this one we take in the search term, which is equal to search term, like that. Okay, so if you just go back here, we should be actually able to get only on the date. So where we have this, we're going to have where we have this, paginated dot map. So this is where we have the stuff, and actually so instead, I'm just going to do this. I'm just going to cut this and instead use the return. The same thing. The advantage with this, I can define things inside here. For example, I can just say the last updated is going to be equal to cut. So we could just get the cut dot last updated dot split, so we can split. So let's say we are splitting, I'm just going to go here. So if you look at this, we want to split at t, so I'm just going to split at t, and then we'll take the first. So this will be a string, and whatever we have this, I'll just leave it as last updated like this. So going back, if we just went to categories, you can see that this is really nice. Okay, I wish you could just like refresh, and then you have that. Okay, so let's go ahead and add a new category. Let's say add fashion. Create. Okay, so you can see fashion is here. Maybe we just go and to the where we had the handlers. So we can also order by. So you can say order by, I'm just going to put a comma here, order by created, I'm just going to say descending. So this is going to help us to have the one that has been created in here first. So for the categories, I feel like we have it working properly. Maybe the update and delete, we can work on that. So just go ahead and work on the products. If we can also just work on those two, that would be great. So I guess the search is working. So if I search, for example, for electronics, that's good. For the filters right now, we can just like maybe work on them later, but right now this is good. Okay, I'm just going to go ahead for the products. So we already have, we just need to extract the product form alone. So you can just, first of all, I'm just going to go to routes. So this create is what I just want. So I'm just going to copy this, go to products, and let's paste create. So first of all, this is going to be dashboard products create, and the form now is where we need the product form. So I actually have a form which is much better on simple UI. So I added this. If you just go on simple UI, then you go to forms, then product, this form, the last one here. I added it because it has this search for the categories, okay, which is really cool. So I'm just going to go here, get this, and let's go and I will just go up to the components. So here we have the categories. I will also create a new folder for products, and inside I'm just going to move the products like so, and then I will also create the product form .tsx like this. So a few things we're just going to remove and add. First of all, we don't need the use client. Okay, it has some things that we need to remove, like these ones. We can just actually leave them. The only thing that we need to install again are these ones. The last time we installed, things were not doing so well. So we'll just create our own combo box actually. So let me start with that. In the UI, I'm just going to create the combo box where we can get this component. Just going to say combo box.tsx. I'm creating it in the UI. So going back here, anything start with the combo box. Here and this and this. I'm just going to go ahead, cut this, and let's take it the combo box. So this is why we need the command and the popper. So I'm just going to go ahead, take these with me up to maybe here. I'm just going to try with Banex to install again, see if I can get any luck. Let me stop here. Just going to use Banex --ban, and then it just says shard C and latest. Let's say add. So we just need now pop over, and then we also need the command. I think those are the only two we need right now. Okay, this is going to be at latest. Okay, then going back to the product form, and just import the combo box. Okay, then we'll also have the categories, where we need the ID and name. So for these categories, I'm just going to come here and try to actually get them from here. Const, I'm just going to say data. Okay, let me just first do this from use categories. So we'll get data as categories, like so, and just give this equal to an empty array, like this. Okay, it seems everything to be working as expected. We'll also use this use product, create product here. Use create product. We already have this. We're going to modify it a little bit, because now we need to send, instead of category, we just need to send the category ID. Okay, we need to send the category ID. So I'm just going to change this to category ID. Now, if you just go back to the product form, which is in here, I'm just going to come here and they say this is category ID. Please select category. Now, one more thing, down when you are selecting, this has to be category ID. And down here, when you are selecting, you can see that the label is the name, the value. So we have this value feed, the state, the value. I don't know why I'm having the combo box. I think before this, I'm just going to consider log the data. So let me just go back here. We can comment this, also this. So we need also to add up here something. So if you just go to the categories form, we have after the success, we said this is wrapped. So we need also to wrap hours in this. Just going to first take this. So here, like so. This is going to be products now. So then we're going to have this as main. We give it this class name. And finally, we'll have this min height screen. Min height screen. Okay. I'm just going to change this also to product form. So before we mutate, I just want to look at the console first. Okay. Because now we have the category ID and everything. So I just want to go back to the products. And we can just go to where we have this add new. I'm just going to first create navigate. So you can just say const navigate is equal to use navigate. So on this, we'll have on click, which is going to have to navigate to. Just going to have it as dashboard products create, like so. If you just go back to this, go to products. Okay, let's start the server again. Hoping that I'm just going to hope that in the UI, oh my god, we still have these uninstalled. So that means it failed totally up here. I don't know what's going on because all my installs are not working for some reason. I don't know if it is cache or something. I don't know if you guys are experiencing this. But I'm just going to go ahead. I'm just going to go ahead and get this command. Okay. I will get command and pop over components and simply create them inside the UI. So you can just go to, let me just go to V0. Go to recent. I'm not sure if it is cache or my machine, I don't know. I'll just go back here. I'll scroll to components UI. I will just get the combo box. And if you look at the okay, combo box we already have. I don't know how I'm going to install those components because even here I'm not seeing them. What could be the problem? Let's read the error. Maybe we could actually get to know what the problem is. So we ran this command to install the popover, and it says something went wrong. Please check the error below for more details. So command failed. We'll exit this, ban add radix. So remember, all these they use radix. Basically, if you just go into, if you went to CRUD, let's start with, for example, pop over. Okay, so you see that this comes now from radix. So it's supposed to install the radix, and the problem is finding it here. Can we just like go ahead and add this ban add? Let me just first go ahead and get this. So if you just go back to, these are coming from like radix and like npm packages. Okay. Let me just try to add them. I'm just going to go ahead and copy these, this one and this one. So just say ban add so basically this is the command that is failing. Let's first see. I don't know, for some reason after ban it has to build. I don't know why it has to go through the build, because see, it's looking at the error onto this. if you look at this, it has to run the build after the ban art. I don't know if that is supposed to be like a must or something. I don't know. Okay, so we can just go ahead and fix our thing in the products. So the errors, the errors are coming from, like, first of all, the schema now, let's say, things change a little bit. I'm just going to first go ahead and we could just go ahead and you see that they have these errors in here. So I could just get an empty like this. Or I could just return I don't think it will accept. But still the question is, when we run why does it have to go ahead and compile on installing something? That is where, more especially that you installing this on the client, it actually runs the server, the build on the server. So let's see if we go to package JSON here. I'm just going to first actually just to do this. If you run this, it is running tsc b vite build. I don't know why we have to go. Let me just like first do this. I'm just going to say here, I'm just going to say vite, simple as this. I don't know why you can keep this. Let me first cut this here. I don't know why I can keep this. Let me go readme. I'm just going to remove everything and just add this. So let me see if this changes if I install this. Okay, still it is just actually doing the build on this. It doesn't matter actually. Like the build is not actually running here, it is running it on the it is running it on the server. So anyways, I'm just going to go back here. Where we are having this. So I guess the problem is if I stop it at this point before running the build, does it actually add it? So there are some of the, I think, the problems you find with client. UI combo box. So the problem you find with because probably this is coming from package.json here. Let's first go back to the client before we forget to return back the just going to go back here to return what I removed here. The only thing I just want to do maybe is so in this case, because it is running, so when you install, basically you said it is running this list and is doing the build of the server, because it is saying ban add and is like running turbo build -- filtered filter shared -- filter server, and I don't want to do that. So let's see, where would that one come from? In this package.json. I don't know where this is, the way it is running those two. Oh, it is the post install. Okay, let me just remove this. The post install command, because if someone has given me a headache, it is this this command. I'm just going to go ahead and add it in the fix down here. Okay, so there is the post install command. Now let's go back and install ban. So these have been installed already, so what I want is so it means like right now we can add others. Let me stop the server and try this now. That post install command, I think, is the problem even in production, because it keeps on running the server, and which is, if you have any problem on the server, I don't know why it should affect the client right now. Okay, finally we solved the problem. Oh, development, like bugs, it is what you should be friendly with. Okay, I don't know where we are, but now what I know is that combo box should be good right now. bring in the button. Okay, so combo box, literally it is good. Okay, and the command, everything is there. So if you go to product form, okay, so we have products. So that means I should go to add new. Okay, so that's fair enough. So if I just go back to products, let's go to the page, to the products create index. So here, just going to try product form. We should update this. Okay, so this is good. So if you just look, we already have the categories from these here. So we already have this wired properly. It sends the data to. I would want first actually console the data. I'm just going to go here, add fake data, select the category, and let's create. So this consoles. Okay, so we have the actually category ID, image, name, price, stock. So I think the data is coming through very nicely, including the category ID. Supposed to have 6 things. Let's see here. Yeah, there are 6. So this is what it should send. Okay, let's go to this. So use create product. We just start with this product create, which has still category. Where are we getting this? Okay, so this we can actually delete this. We do not need this. We do not need this right now. Maybe okay, they create, because we have also now the create. I'm just going to delete this. Okay. So if you just now go back to this, we can import this now from right place. Okay, let's go to product form, export product form data, use products. Okay, so we get this supposed to go slash API slash products. Now the only thing that has changed is that this is category ID. So this is what it should just simply add in at our backend. So let me just go to the backend for that matter. So we'll start with the schema here. So where we have this now, I will change this to category ID first of all. Then product create schema, this is going to be category ID. like this. Category ID, everything just going to remain the same. So if you just go back to the handlers, let's go to create first. The create, we get this, we get the slug. Okay, we're going to bring in, of course, the images, but it can be now the images. It's going to be handled when we add in the adding of files. So I'm just going to go here. We have the payload, we get existing, and then we get this create. Yeah, so right now the payload has the category ID. So this should still work as expected. The only thing I'm just going to do is on the product form on success, because this toast the success, we're going to add it there side. Here I just want to navigate, so I'm just going to say const navigate is equal to use navigate. Okay, and then down here we're just going to say that navigate slash dashboard products. Okay, so on the use products down here after the create, so here we're just going to have this. Just going to have toast dot success, and this person product created successfully. If you wanted, even you could just like the name of the product, and then if there is any error you can also toast the error, then we can add this. Okay, that's nice. Okay, so we should be able to create this. I'm just going to go to Jumia. I'm just going to look for shoes and this. So we have this shoe. Let me just bring this. I'm just going to go ahead and get the description, which in this case I don't know, I'm just going to get the something like this, copy this, put them here. Okay, and then price, let's say 200, stock 100, fashion, and let's get the image. And let's create. Okay, so product created successfully. We route back here. So let's go ahead and now go ahead and fetch. Now we just need to go to the products, and let's look at the array that we have here in the table, where we have these paginated products, like so. We come from this, and then we have the product. So if you look at the product, basically is returning this. So I'm just going to go back to this. I'm just going to go back to where we have the product schema. Let's look at the product that we're returning. I'm just going to do this, create that this is a dashboard product schema. Okay, I'm just going to go ahead and paste in this. Just going to paste in this. So ID is a string, z dot string. I'm just going to first copy this, so we can just like put it here, then here. Oh, the product also has the status. Okay, so this is going to be z dot number, and then this is going to be z dot enum, and then this is going to be z dot number. So if you go back to this, just going to get the status. Now we can also go back the schema and we add in the status. I can just go ahead and say product status, and then I'm just going to go to product here, where we have product status, and let me stop the server. So you can just run Banex Prisma migrate dev dash name. So you can just say added product status, just like this. Okay, so this is good. So now we can just go back to the product schema. So we have this dashboard product schema of what we want to be returned back. So I'm just going to go and I'm just going to go and create the product response here. So I'm just going to say this is going to be the dashboard product schema. Okay, and when it comes to now this product list, first of all, let me just remove this. Okay, I'm just going to go inside here, and I will first of all do order by. And then here I'm just going to put the select, and let's go back to the schema. What I want is this. So what I just want to say, select this is going to be true. Name is going to be true. Price, this is going to be true. This is going to be true. Now the category, and this is also going to be true. Now for the category, we're just going to come here. So we could just come and say, for this case, I don't know, can we do a select inside here, and then like category select name, which is true. So when we come here, we're just going to say result. So const result, which is going to be equal to products dot map, and you have the product, and let's go ahead and return. So this is going to be p dot id, name is going to be p dot name, p dot price, p dot status, and for category is going to be p dot category dot name, and then here is going to be p dot stock, like this. And now we can just go ahead and return the result, like so. Okay, so this is good. I'm just going to go back to the products. So where we have these create index, and inside the products, so this is where we need to get const, and we're just going to get data. I just first go here and we say use products. So just need to get data as products is loading, error, refetch, all these, and here I'm just going to say equal to empty array. So we start with here to products. Okay, so we just need to add in now other things. Okay, just going to copy from up here. So long as we start the table controls, I'm just going to go to categories here. So on top of paginated and all these, so up here we leave everything the way it is. So insert the table after the table head. So after the table head is where we put these two. Oh, we have even this table empty. and then the data state. So I'm just going to first put these, and these we put them after the head. So if you go back to products, you can just go after the head. So we just put this. So you can just get the table empty. We can just get the table error, and then you can also have this table loading. So first of all, we have handle refetch, and then we have paginated. In our case, I think it is paginated products. And on this, I'm just going to go back here to categories. Okay, so here we just have this. Okay, so I'm just going to go back here, and I'm just going to do this, and let's add the body. Okay, this one is going to be paginated products. Okay, so when you just go back here, does not exist. Okay, so let's just go back here. Products, we can first comment this. Now we still have a couple of errors apart from this. I just want to first fix this one of handle refresh. So where do we find handle refresh? Oh, I'm in the wrong place. I just want to see this handle refetch. Okay, so just going to go and here, and we can define the handle refetch. Okay, so we also just add this the button for refetching. So I'm just going to go ahead and get this. So where we have this button, I will just add a flex. I'll put this button and this one. So here we'll still have the flex. Okay, so the error that we are remaining with only is this status. So paginated comes from filtered, filtered comes from product, and for the products, what we are using from here is this product here. Okay, so this is the one which was still using the shared thing. I'm just going to first of all stop this from here. We can get this. Okay, we can just go back to products. So where is this? Okay, so there is this product from types. Okay, and this one has even a draft. Okay, okay, I'm just going to leave at that. I'm just going to go ahead and use that in the use products here from types, and that means now if I just go back products, we have no any errors. Now if you check, let's go and check the types here. So this has even a draft. We could just actually leave those ones active and archived. Maybe here we could also remove this draft. We just leave them the same way. So you can see that we have this. Okay, so and then we have also the failed, which is saying failed to fetch categories. Let's just go here and see that we still have some errors though in here. I don't know why. I'm just going to remove this. So if product is active, if this is true, show this, else show this. Okay. We can just look at use products a bit. Here is supposed to be API. Also, we need to go back to the products where we have the error here, the table error. So let's go ahead and look at, so fail to load. So maybe we pass in the we part in the table. So I'm just going to say table name. Just going to call this, put table And then here I'm just going to come and I say table name, which is a string, and that means here I'm just going to say table name. So here just going to say products, and here just going to say table name is categories. We could also just say to lowercase, just like this, just in case someone passed in anything else. Okay, so you can see that we have here this active version 200 units. Nice. So for the product title, maybe we could let's see, look at the product title here. Maybe here we just say ID like this. So here we have this. Maybe I don't know if we could just say line clamp 2. Let's see. Just like we just say line clamp 2, and that's cool. So right now let's focus now because we can create, could focus on adding the images, the image upload. To be sincere, I don't know how long it will take us, but we just need to see if we can add in the image upload. Okay, I don't know why we have this space on top here, redundant. On the form, oh, I think it's this padding Y. Yeah, and then we have the margin bottom. Let's leave it at that. The only thing just now going to focus on is this image URL. So let me just go back to I just want to go back to a point. Let me just go to upload, not upload. I'm just going to say JB here. Let's go to blogs. So we just want to look for so that is where we have this Ep.3 here. Or we could also explore the let me see, upload thing, but I would prefer the Ep.3. So let me see if you are using docs. So if you just go here to the frameworks, integration for frameworks. So you can see the front end, there is no typical React. You either have Next.js or you have Start, and then the back end, then you have these, these backends. So what basically I would do is we just need something like the way we have like the REST API, the way you can select. If you just go to Node.js, like you have why you can post, like prepare, upload, blah blah. I'm just going to use that endpoint. Let me just go back to this one. So if you just look at what this one does, in the React side, we just need to install this. So I'm just going to go ahead and let me just install this. I actually have ban. Okay. I'm just going to copy the command for ban. So I'll just go to the client and see if I can install those ones. So in the client, I'm just going to install ban. I will also ban add this, since we are adding UUID for generating the stuff. So the next thing we're going to be create the drop zone. Okay, so I'm just going to say also ban. Let's create the drop zone for now. Drop zone.tsx. Okay, so if you look at the drop zone, no any errors. Next, so the next is going to be, we can just use it in any form. So you just say drop zone variant max files, and then just going to use this minimal variant button only. Then there is inline like this. I don't know which one is better. We can just actually copy this. Let's go to the form. I'm just going to simply drop them somewhere in the form, like below the image. Okay, so after this, just going to add them here like so. So you can import drop zone from drop zone like so. So if we go back to this, form create, okay, so you can see that is the one which is circular, upload files, and then this one. I don't know which one we should go with, but the first one looks like upload files. I don't know which one I should go with, but the first one looks good, so I'm just going to go ahead and go with the first one. You can see there is variant avatar, so can you explore the variants? Oh, okay. So moving on, I'm just going to leave it at that. So moving on, we have the AWS implementation. Now we need to go log into AWS, create the bucket. Now I would recommend at this point, if it is your first time, I think I have a video about that. Let me see. So if you just go here and you search for AWS, okay, so there is this video, Cloudflare, the ultimate guide to handling files. So you should at least watch this. Okay, you need to watch this, where we have you look at how to do the image upload on AWS and Amazon, like on R2. So that should give you the idea, but these are the steps. You go ahead and add this. I might actually go ahead and I will log in, but I just always use the same bucket. I might not create another bucket. So you can just say here, my uploads, create a bucket, and these are the bucket configurations you need to add. You add the permission, configure the core policy. Now this is I think the most important thing here. So let's say, let me first go and try to log into Amazon. Okay, I'm going to try to log into Amazon. I will create a new bucket, maybe for these configurations here. Navigate S3, create a bucket. I'm just going to create, and so I'm just going to go ahead, sign in using root. So I'm just going to go ahead and sign in. Okay, and let me just go ahead and enter the code. You know where there is the authenticator. I'm supposed to use authenticator. Let me see it here. Okay, this is not this one. To finish, enter the code from your device. MFA. Not sure. Okay, so I'm just going to go ahead. Okay. Okay. So you can see I have this bucket. We can just go ahead and create a new bucket. Let's create a new bucket. Create bucket. I'm just going to call this beaver starter kit, just like this. So here I'm just going to leave everything. So we can just read here the rules. Click create bucket, add the unique bucket, select your preferred region. Now block public access, and I check block all this if you want this to be. So I'm just going to go ahead and do that. So this one, because this is actually checked by default, and then leave everything I think the way it is. Tags, I'm just going to go ahead and create the bucket. Create the bucket, select preferred region. I don't know, I didn't see this. Okay, so we created the this bucket. We can just click to go and view this bucket. Okay, so in this bucket we need to set configuration. So configure this bucket policy. So for the bucket policy you need to go ahead and add this. Now if you look at allow public S3 and resource is your bucket name. So I'm just going to go to so if you just go, I think either permissions, so the bucket policy is what we need under the permission. The bucket policy, click on edit. I'm just going to go ahead and paste this policy. Now if you just look at this AN database S3 and then bucket name, so just copy this and let's add this here. So you can see bucket name. Just going to leave this here. Okay, and I'm just going to go ahead and save changes. Okay, that's the policy. So there is also we need to add to the next thing. So you can see bucket permissions. Okay, configure this, go to your S3, navigate to this, under permissions tab, scroll to cross origin, and let's edit. So just copy this under permissions down here where we have the core policy, let's edit and let's paste this. So the allowed origins, this is how we put all our origins. So like this the hosted one. Let me just first go ahead and also go to Netlify. I think this one. Okay. Okay, wait. So the ones which are going to be making requests are going to be the backend. The ones are going to do the API. So just going to have localhost 8787, and then another one is going to be server this. Okay. So I'm also going to go ahead and put this. Okay. So you can add others here, but for now let's just go ahead and add these two. Okay, I'm just going to go ahead and also save changes. So save the changes. Now for production, of course, you want to add this. So we can create the IAM policy. So you can see, go to IAM, choose username, attach policy. Then create access key for the user and save the key ID and the secret. Now I'm just going to I might not go ahead and create another user for this, because what we need is these details and then S3 access key and S3. I'm just going to use my credentials, but you just go ahead and create these ones and we see. So we need to get this, and we are going to take them to this side. We create this under the server. So under this we need to add this, and also this side. Anyways, I'm just going to fill them here, and then after is where I'm going to transfer. So first let's confirm the region. So the region seems to be EU North 1. Just like this. So because you need to know where this is. Right now we are in EU North 1. Okay. Now I'm just going to put the name of my bucket. Remember the bucket name, you can find it here. So let me just use double quotes even here like this. So I'm just going to pause the video. I will get the access and the secret key. So let me just go ahead and pause. Okay, so I added in the environmental variables for these Ep.3. So you just need to add in these. Okay, so the next thing is now the API routes. So you have to first add, so this. So I don't know if these ones okay, I'm just going to see if these ones are going to work, because the fact that we are accessing the environmental variable like this, we'll have to change this. But for now, let's just go ahead and do that. First install this. Just need to go to the server. Then we're just going to create the S3 client. So in the lib, just going to say S3 client .ts. Okay, I'll add this. So instead here, I think we'll create a function called get S3 client. That's what we do. I can simply, I will just change this in a second, and then we now have API upload. So we just need to create this endpoint. Okay, we just need to create this endpoint. So the post request, and I'm just going to create here, since it is a create. Just first go ahead and create it nearby here. I don't know what's going on right now. I'll go to index. So before we add these routes, like where we have these, we can just go ahead and look at let's just go ahead and create a normal one. I think the most important one is let's go ahead and create, and I'm just going to duplicate this. I don't know what has happened to my TypeScript. All of a sudden it is having this. I'm just going to simply, I think, close and start again. Let's go ahead and okay, I'm just going to duplicate this. Okay, let's rename this to S3. Okay, so we basically don't have a lot. If you look at the API, so body upload request schema, I don't know if we have this. It is here. So this is the schema we need here. Let's export this, and I think that's the only thing we need for now. Maybe also the response. So here we have this response. So I'm just going to say this upload response. So let's say this is also a string. Of course, it's supposed to be z dot okay. So in terms of types, we just want to type of the upload response is the only one I'm just going to create. Upload response of the here upload response. I'm just going to only have this. Now I'm just going to go back and we can rename this to S3. Then we go to routes. We basically need only one endpoint, because if you look at this, this is an endpoint for upload. That's the, oh, we also have the delete. So I'm just going to I don't know if we need all these ones, but let's just start with the create. Okay, so the create is going to be slash, so just like API, so it's going to be S3 upload, S3 upload, post, just here just going to say upload files, to S3. Okay, so then here is going to be the S3 upload. Okay, response is going to be so if it is 200, let's look at this, is going to be 200 JSON content. Oh, I just want to this. Is it just like responding to 01? I'm not sure, but we just need here. I could just say make it created, and then this is going to be the upload response schema. This is going to continue response and just call this one the upload response. There is no conflict, no unprocessed entity. So basically, in the try catch, see try catch. Okay, we leave the 500 internal server error. Fail to upload files. Okay. So basically we're just going to start with this create. So I'm just going to say for I'm just going to call this file upload route. So these and these, we might just not need them right now. We also have a delete. Maybe actually I'm just going to go ahead, look at I'll remove this category list. In the categories here, I'm just going to look at the get single. Okay, I will just add the delete. So this is going to be the route is Ep.3 delete. So if you just look at this, actually it is it is a post request. It is a post request, so I might just simply duplicate this to the same like this one. Just going to name this one too as delete. I'm just going to say, maybe we just call it delete file. I'm just going to have this S3 delete. It's going to be post delete file by key. Delete. So the request schema here, I'm just going to simply say z dot object, and here you can just like pass in the key, which is z dot string. Here we pass in the key. In the body, response we have 200 and 500. Just going to say okay. and it's supposed to not have anything. Is only just have this JSON. Just going to pass in this. And here I'm just going to say deleted success, and even here deleted success. Okay. So I'm just going to say this file delete route. Okay. So we can remove everything that we don't need here. Okay, I can rename this also to okay. Let's look at the handlers. We don't need this and this. We simply need the create, and this is going to be the file upload route. Now inside here is where we just need to put the S3 CRUD. So I will just go back to this utils. Not utils, lib. So while we have these three S3 CRUD, I'm just going to say this. I will say get S3 client. Let me just do this. I'm just going to say export function. Get S3 client. I'm just going to say return, and it's supposed to return this. So all these we're just going to pass in env, and if I just going to say type, so just going to put this region, let's say string. The way we did in Prisma, where we have this DB, you can select okay. So we just need to pass in Okay, if we wanted, we could just say pass in here region. So you say region, which is a string, and then access key, and then secret key, like this, and then here region, which is going to be region, and then for this is going to be access key, and even here I'm just going to say secret key, like this. Okay, so we have this. I don't need this, and I can also remove this. Okay, I'm just going to go ahead where we had reached the handlers here. First of all, let's go ahead and add these. So first of all, add them in the env. So if you go back up here, so just go ahead and add these. Those 4 things, I'm just going to go ahead and add them here, and they're all going to be this. First this, okay, so we just have added these ones. Okay, so long as you add them there, that means when you go to create here, I don't know if this create app or something, whenever we have these app bindings, so you can see that we get this from the environment like this. Okay, so assuming that we are going to have them there, so in here is why I bring everything. So let's just go here, in this route. So just going to start from file name, okay, so here and then I'm just going to go up here, okay. So we don't need Prisma. The then we have also this function construct AWS. I'm just going to add it up here. Okay, so we have this unique key. I don't know if I installed, I think we installed this. let's go ahead and import them up here. So we have this. Okay, up here. Let's first import this, and I'm just also going to import this, these two here. Okay. So this is gotten from the data. Then we have the key put. Okay, so here we have this Ep.3 client. So this is where we first actually also get the Ep.3 client. So let's go and say const Ep.3 client is going to equal to get Ep.3 client. So just going to go ahead and pass in all these things that are needed. So we start with const region. We'll have the access key. Have const. Okay, I'm just going to add these. So the first one is region, so I'm just going to say AWS region. AWS access key, AWS secret key, and then we pass here the region, access, and secret key. So we also have the Ep.3 client. Now here we just need to see the JSON. Error, just going to say here error uploading files. Phase to upload. So we don't need this Prisma. So this is still having the complaint. Because if you just go in the routes, suppose have two responses. Okay, this we gave it okay, so I'm supposed to go here and status 201. Okay. So the create is good. We're just going to create the delete also. Delete file. I don't know if I called it like file delete route. So in the delete, let's first see what's supposed to happen in the delete. First of all, we just get the key. So I'm just going to go here, get all these. Okay. Let me just also remove this. So we can also get this from the S3. So where we have this put command, you can just put this. Where are we? So we have the create, delete. Okay. I think everything right now looks put command. We need the S3, which we are getting actually from here. Then from that we are getting the key. Yeah, so seems everything is actually okay right now. So they may be changing this here, changing this A3.handlers. I'm just going to change also this to A3 index. So if you just got A3 index, let's get these. We have two routes, the one for create and handlers create. Then here delete and delete. Okay, so then we can just come here. We're in the come here in the index, and we can add just going to add this in here, S3. So you can just go up here where we have categories. Okay, can just do this and you press it with S3. So going back here, we add our A3 like this. So basically, if you start the server, so here everything is not running. Okay, just going to start with cd into the server. Let's say ban run dev. Let's also go cd in the client, ban run dev. Okay, so if we go back to here, I just need to see the S3 routes. Okay, so S3 has two files, the upload and all that. So now we need to fix this at the product form. So if we just go to the drop down component here, drop down component is actually going to be let's go to the drop zone. So drop zone component is already creating. I'm just going to remove the use client here. So is already making some requests. So this is what I want to update these requests. So you can see here these requests here for the delete. We don't have the just going to only create for the ones for the history. Okay, so click on remove file, and then we have also upload file. These are the two actions we have. So why don't I first get the base? I'm just going to get the base URL. I don't know if I can just go to client. Somewhere in the lib. So you can just get the server URL, and then we can just go with it in the drop zone. So first of all, I'm just going to go here and define this server URL like this, and based on it, we're just going to have these endpoints. We have the one for the upload. So you check here, you see if it is AWS. So we're just going to care about the AWS right now. If you wanted, you could also do for the one for the R2. So I'm just going to go ahead and talk about these endpoints. So I'll just say const. I'm just going to go inside here. Okay. Const S3 upload endpoint is equal to, so it was it is currently, it is just, if you just go here, you said the S3 endpoint is this. So I'm just going to go ahead and do this. So it is supposed to be this. So I'm just going to go ahead and do this. So dollar server URL / API / S3 upload, and then we have the S3 delete. Delete endpoint, which is going to be S3 delete. Did you say like delete file? Let's first go back here. So if you just wanted to go on this S3 and try it, so this would be API S3 upload. If you went to this one, this S3 delete. So this is going to be API S3 delete. So we can just come now and see here where we have, if it is Ep.3, then here we put Ep.3 delete. Now here we're just going to change the method, because I don't know, we could also just like say go to the backend and change that to delete. Okay, then here just going to have it as Ep.3 upload. Okay, let's go back. So the first one, the create, is okay. Now the delete, we can actually change it to delete. This doesn't matter actually, so it can still take in everything like so. So if you just go back to the drop zone, just going to leave this one out to be the type of type delete. I'm not sure if there is any other time we are accessing that endpoint. Okay, so I'm just going to assume that everything is good. I will go back to this side. And so let's go here where we have this drop zone. First of all, I'm just going to go to product form. This is where we have everything. Okay, so if you look at this down here, okay, if you look at this drop zone, it has this max files. Here just going to put 3, and we're just going to modify this to get some files, because you see you have this on file change, which we're going to look at that. And then here for this, just going to use compact. Okay, this looks good. Now I would want to console.log some other things. So if you just go to the drop zone, you look at, we have the provider, accept, max files. Now we have on file change. So if you look at the on file change, has access to files. Okay, if you look at the on file change, this comes from where? So if you look at on file change, has access to files. So this is what I want. I'm just going to go the product form, and then here let's call on file change, and I will just call a function here, which is like handle files. Okay, so up here let's say we have function handle files. Now this has access to files. Consider log files. Now the type of these files, if you go back the drop zone, it is this. Files, and this is an array. Just like this. Okay, so I'd want to see what's going to happen here. Let's refresh one more time, and let's open the console, clear everything. Later I just want to go ahead and upload. Okay, just in the downloads, so we have this image and this one, and do this. Okay, so we have the we get the error. If you look at the HTTP, I don't know why we are doing a put. For some reason we get the error on the UI, but then we get something here. Okay, so if you look at the object URL, okay, so if you look at the error, it is saying put name not resolved. I don't know what that means. Okay, let me just see on the terminal if we have anything that, because we have the okay, so the surprising thing is that we have so many, I now don't know which ones. But if you check the last one, it has 201 and it's a method post. Origin. So there is host and then there is origin. Okay, let me just first go back to let me first go back to AWS, to this bucket. Just going to click on this. So it doesn't have any object in it. Okay, now I don't know where we have these origins, allowed origins. I'm not so sure which origins they are talking about. If you check the upper ones, let me first check in the drop zone. So we have this endpoint. How do we get the errors? Okay, let me just go ahead and so I will get this here. So I will say const payload is equal to this, and let's say console.log payload payload here. So if I just go back to, if I go back here, let's refresh. Okay, I will just go ahead and let's add like one image right now. Okay, so this is the, I'm just going to go ahead and maybe the file name, I don't know that file name. Like that can't be the only thing that you need to. We need to sort of send the I don't know. Because the size you have it, the content type, but now this. So if you look at this, request URL, just going to go ahead and just want to paste this here. So if you look at this is okay. Let me ask this that when I try to upload image to S3, I get the above error. And for some reason, it just says put. So the error net for S3 indicates that the region doesn't exist. Doesn't have a region called US North 1. The correct US regions East 1 to West West. How comes my region it shows something different? How do I know the region? Let's go back to the buckets. My region is here. Oh, wait. Actually, all these ones are in US North 1. Which region are we supposed to look at? Because it's a AWS region. Just take this screenshot because I don't understand. Your bucket is in the EU North 1 region, but your error shows US, which doesn't exist. Oh, okay, so I guess let's first check the I'm just going to check my environmental variables. Might be okay. So I changed the environmental variable because I had actually I had the US for sure. I had the US instead of the EU. Okay, so with that, let's just go ahead and see. Okay, at least if we get another error. Let me see the region. Oh, so we still have US. Okay, I think I need to restart. Let me restart the server. Okay. So this is reduce the environmental variables, and now let's go ahead and check, because the front end I don't think I need to restart it. So I'm just going to upload this. Okay, so now at least we get a different error, and the access policy is the origins, we actually put the ones on the front end. Okay, so I'm just going to go ahead and change the origins. So you just go to this bucket, permissions, and scroll down to where we have this the core policy. I'm just going to go ahead and add this, and since we are already, I'm just going to get the one for the hosted version, which is on Netlify. Okay, just go here. Let's go ahead and add this. Okay, save changes. Okay, going back here, let's refresh. And let's go ahead and add this. Okay, it did something, but still we got this a different error, 403 forbidden. I guess, let's see. I have now this. Maybe this is on the, because if you check, the region has changed, I guess. Let me see. Yeah, it's like EU. I get now 403 forbidden, which is a good thing. The region is now correct, but you're getting 40. This is a permissions issue with your Ep.3 bucket. Okay, so you can set the allowed origin to star instead of. I don't think event is about this, because so you can put star. I don't think this is core policy 403. Let me see. So this is also okay. Okay, so maybe we're just going to go ahead and create the has the permissions. So I'm just going to first go back, because if you check all other things, they are okay, like this one here. So the only thing I'm just going to do is just going to first go ahead and look for this I am users. So we need to create another one. So I'm just going to go ahead and create. So here where we're talking about creating the users, so you have to go ahead and create this. Just go ahead and create a new user. Just going to call this one BVR user. BVR user. I'm just going to create next. Okay, so here you can see that attach policy, so you can just search for this. So like we already have these policies here. Add to user group, attach policy directly, so you could also just go ahead and attach policy and you search this. Okay, this one. Next. So you have like 4 users. Okay. So you can create the access key for this person, which I don't know, like that is not a problem really. So you create access key, save the access key and the secret key. So Although the key I'm using shouldn't, even if I don't create for these ones, I already have them. So this gives you Amazon full access. I don't know. If I go back to here, let me duplicate this. Just go and search for S3. Okay, so the upload is still not yet there. Hmm, 403 forbidden. So say this can mean a lot of things. That I am the one using has these permissions. Oh, okay. Let's first go ahead and see. So we created a user here. Let's create the, because under this it has also the permissions. I saw this person already should be having like is having everything needs to do anything. Okay, maybe how about this side? When you go to this, this last one I don't understand it, because I'm just gonna say here I created I am user and give him a policy for Amazon S3 for access. Is there anything else I'm supposed to do? I don't think it's supposed to, but after giving it like Amazon S3 for access, then yes, on your right track. So created IAM user attached to this core policy critical. Okay, which we have finished. Then block access. Okay, so seems everything. The only thing I'm just like wondering is the method put. And the method is supposed to be the method is supposed to be put. Let me see. There's some things. Wait a second. In the S3 routes here, create. Okay, so command. This one is still using the the bucket name, which is going to be c.env. So just come here. This is going to be also C. This one also is going to be C. So I'm just once going to give it my endpoint and C. This thing, however, is an issue, right, causing the further three that when you include content length in this, it becomes part of the signed request. The client must send the exact same. So in the put command, let's first see. I thought that was we need the anyways, I can just comment out this. I'm just going to go ahead and try again, because I'm not seeing any errors. Everything, we have set it correctly. I don't know, guys, about the then upload to S3. I might be missing something. Let me just give it maybe something like a drop zone. So I have this. I have this drop. Then that drop zone, then we, if that has any problem. Okay, I'm just going to first change this to allow the origins to star. Maybe you never know what could be the problem. I'm just going to go to this bucket down here, edit. I'm just going to remove everything and just going to put star. I believe like this. Let's see. Yeah. So the only thing is saying here that step 1, step 2. Okay. For the blocking, this is off. Okay. I'm just going to go ahead and try again. Okay, so we still have the same exact same problem. So I guess I will just have to first debug this, and then when I fix this, because I believe when I fix this, then I'll just go ahead and I'll go ahead and resume. So after taking some hours off and resting a bit, I came back to the problem and tried to debug. I debugged until I got the problem, and the problem was the keys, the secret key and the access key on my Amazon. So please just go ahead and create the I am users, create your user and get the new access key and the secret key. So the keys I had already deleted them. I got them from some previous project, and those keys I had deleted them. So all along I've been trying to fix everything until I actually consoled. If you just go back, I don't know how many changes I've made, guys. There are so many, but I'm just going to show you the drop zone. So I added the console.logs in this. So this is still having the way everything we said. You can see the S3 upload endpoint and the S3 delete. And you still see that we have the payload. I'm consoling the payload, and here we also have this pre-signed, which is actually uploading to the endpoint and sending everything. So yeah, the only logs we add in, like this pre-signed URL and and also these the console logs to see where the problem is, and the problem was the access key was not there. So for that case, it actually worked after uploading. It worked and all the things. So let me just go ahead and show you. So in this side, we did not change anything, everything removed apart from the console.logs in the drop zone. Of course, in the products, we don't even see there. The only thing you check are the S3 handlers. So first, before the S3 handlers, one thing I added in also was these allowed headers. So if you just look at these allowed methods, we had only post and get and options. So I've added delete, put, patch because we have a delete. So I added in these ones. So going to the handlers, this is where we also had some changes. So we have the create here, where we get all the things, and we create the S3 client, and then we get the data. We get the file name. So you can see right now we're using only the file name and content type. Add first removed them from the put command. So we specified the bucket and the key, and that is actually enough to be able to get this. And then I return these ones. That's why you see after the upload, we actually have these the public URL and the object URL. We also have the key. So all this data, I'm just going to save this public and also the key for deleting purposes in the future. So one thing that I also want to do is, people complained about the fact that AWS wants this, and they were requesting that we should set up also the RR2 so that we can also, people can use RR2 instead of AWS, and I think we should be able to do that. So I opened all these files while just trying to search about the solution. I just tried everything, but finally we have it working, which is so much exciting. So we can also delete. Let me just first go ahead and I can delete this file. So to show you, where can I delete this? Upload, copy, download, delete. Okay, I'm just going to type permanent delete. Okay, so we have this right now deleted, therefore we don't have any objects in this bucket, right? So we can just go right now and upload a new one. Let me go here. So let's go ahead and upload a new one. I'm just going to go ahead and upload. So let me just upload. These are huge. Okay, let me just get a simple one like this image, so you can see the and file uploaded. If we go back to S3 and let's refresh, so we have the file here. So let's go ahead and delete it. So you can see that we have this delete. So the file is deleted. If I just go back here, refresh, and you hear the file is gone. So we actually have also the delete that is very nice. Okay, so what I just need to do right now, I need to set up the R2. So this documentation is for sure valid because everything we had here, like the put command, I'm very sure even if we return back these two here, they still have no problem. So if I just go ahead and in our handlers, even if I go back and I put back these, okay, if I put back these and I go back to this, let's go back to, so this is as reloaded. Let's restart the server to confirm that this actually works. I'm just going to go ahead and refresh the server. Passing the content type and all that, I don't think it has any problem. The problem was on the keys. So just going to go ahead and upload again. Just upload this avatar. So you can see it actually works. So it doesn't matter whether you pass in these or not. Okay, so that's great. I'm just going to set up now the R2. I'm just going to set up the R2 so that we can also use the R2. So let's first go ahead and go down here. Here we have example and everything. Let's going to go to setting up the R2. So sign up for the Cloudflare account. So if you don't have the payment method, even the R2 wants the payment method. So under all circumstances, you will have to but let me just go to Cloudflare. I'm just going to go to Cloudflare and we can set up R2. Just going to go ahead and log in my account. So I'm just going to go ahead and simply create a bucket because I already have the R2 somehow. So I'm just going to go back here. So navigate, add the payment, navigate to R2 object storage in the dashboard. Okay, so I'm just going to go to where do we see R2. let's see under storage. So yeah, we have under storage, we have R2 storage object, and you can just go to overview here. Okay, so you can see I have these ones. I'm just going to go ahead and create a new bucket. I'm just going to call this one Beaver starter kit. Okay. Then here location, I'm just going to leave it automatic. Okay. Default, and I'm just going to leave everything just like this. Okay, so the bucket has been created. Just going to go ahead and change. So the first thing you see that the public access is disabled, which we do not want. So is metrics, you can measure, but there are settings. So just going to go on the settings. Now if you look at this thing here, create the blog, select location, automatic is fine, create the bucket. So the first thing you have to do is configure these. Okay, you have to configure these. So I'm just going to go ahead and also add so I had this configuration AWS. This was for AWS, but I just want to see if I can see in the allowed origins. I just want to copy these ones and bring them there. So let me just copy this. So just need to configure first of all this one. Go to R2, and it is where we have the core policy here. And let's add the core policy, and you can see right now it has this. Just going to paste in this. Okay, I'm just going to go ahead and change one thing. So in the allowed origins, I'm just going to go ahead and paste in this. Okay, just going to go ahead and paste in this in the allowed origins. Okay, paste in these ones. Then allowed methods, we have all. Then allowed headers. So I think this is good. Just going to go ahead and save. So the core policy have been added, more especially on the allowed origins. Then another thing is we have bucket tools, event, and I think another thing to set, if you go back here, create API tokens. Okay, so this is to get the access, but I'm just going to first go also enable the bucket. We don't want it to be disabled. So if you just go up in the general, let's say expose connector to bucket and through public development. So I'm just going to enable this. Okay. Okay. So I'm just going to allow this. This is the public development URL. We just also need this. So let me duplicate this tab. First of all, if you just go back to the blog here and look at what we need, we also need these here. So I'm just going to copy these ones. Let's go back to env. So down here, I'm just going to add in this. So one thing that you see that you have the R2 endpoint, we have the bucket name. So right now what we know is the bucket name. So which is this one. Just going to copy this. Okay, and now we have this CRUD for R2 endpoint. Let's go ahead and get the, so if you just look at that, your account id.r2crud-storage.com. I don't know if that is true. So public access is enabled. So I'm just going to go to create the tokens. So to create the tokens, see near the create button. So you have to go ahead and the create bucket. So when you just go back to this R2, it used to be, oh, okay, so I already have, I think, the tokens. We have the account ID, S3 API. So if I just go here, manage, so you can see I already have these 2 tokens. I'm just going, I think, to create, I'm just going to go ahead and create the account API. We have also the user API. Now at this point I'm confused. Which one do I need? So get the access secret and the endpoint URL. Okay, so I'm just going to go ahead and create the account instead of the user. So they say create API tokens for service authentication and bucket access. Create these for service and bucket access specific user account. I don't know if all of them work, but I'm just going to create this account. So I'm just going to token name, I'm just going to say BHVR token. So just going to give it this admin read and write. Okay, and then I don't think we need to include exclude anything. Just going to go ahead and create. Okay, and now we have the token value access secret, which is nice. So we have here the access key. Click to copy. Okay, so access key here. Cloudflare R2 access key, and then also the secret key, and finally the endpoint. So here they actually give you also the endpoint. Okay, so we have all these. I'm just going to copy them and also add them in the dev.vars like so. And we need to add these now in the in the env, so I'm just going to go ahead and go here. So the way these ones are, I'm just going to copy them, take them in the dot env, in the env here, down here. I'm just going to paste these. I'm just going to get this, and let's replace it with here. I'm just going to replace it with this. Okay, so just going to replace with these ones. And so after doing this, means they have entered the schema. Of course, at that point, I'm just going to restart my server. And speaking of the server, let's go ahead and also create the endpoints that we need. So the R2 client, we need to also create the R2 client. So I'll just copy this, and let's go ahead and create the so this client is a different one. I just need to see why we created the S3 client. So I'm just going to also in the lib, I'm also just going to create the R2 client. Do ts, I'm just going to paste in this. Okay, so this is going to be also to turn into get. So I would just go ahead and so I would just actually cut this. I'm just going to export function get R2 client. So in this function, we're just going to say const R2, and then also return the, let's return the client. So we get the client and then return it here. So now here we're just going to return the env. We are going to access the env, which will be of type env schema. So type here type env, which is going to be equal to, so I'm just going to simply add all these. So we just need the R2 endpoint access and all that. So I'm just going to simply go to I'm just going to simply first go back to the env and just simply get these here. Go back here. So in here we're just going to have this. Okay, so you can just say that this is a string. Actually, just go ahead and let's replace everything with just string. Okay. So one thing we don't want to do is this one is going to be env. So one thing we don't want to do is, let's see, what do we need specifically. So we have the R2 endpoint access and say create. So in this we don't need the bucket name. Okay, we don't need the bucket name, so we're just going to go here and we'll just simply remove this here like this, and it will be just env dot. Okay, so this is going to be helping us to get the R2 client, as simple as that. Now let's go ahead and create the endpoint. So we have these upload. So I'll just go ahead and duplicate actually the so let's go ahead and look at the this. I'm just going to duplicate exactly the same. I will just go to Ep.3. I'm not sure where is it in the routes. So in us we have the Ep.3 and we have all these endpoints. So what I will do is I'm just going to say Ctrl C, Ctrl V. I will first rename this to R2, and then of course even all these ones I'll rename them to R2. I will just rename all of them to R2. And finally, this file, I'm just going to also rename it to R2. So I have everything renamed to R2. Let's start with the schema. So this one has its own schema, I think, here. So we have this upload request schema, file content size, so that remains the same. Then we have the function construct the CRUD for R2 URL. So we'll need this later on. Just going to copy this. Let's go to the handlers. Is where we have this construct. So I'm just going to just say construct R2, just like that. Okay. Okay, I'm just going to leave that at that. And then in the post we have the same thing, we get the key. So the difference now is on this. Oh, actually it just looks like exactly the same. So we have here this, the only change is that we have the key versus the bucket name. So this is very interesting. So inside here the put command is this, and this put command, I don't know where this put command is now gotten from. Oh, it is actually gotten still from the SDK, so it is still S3 compatible. So I think everything is okay. So I'm just going to go to the command. So inside the handlers, everything. So just going to get here we don't need the region. If you look at the put command, we only need the bucket. So if you just go back to this, we need the bucket, which is this is going to be the Cloudflare R2 bucket name, and that's the only one we need. Other things are just needed down. So for the app, bucket name. So actually we could just like, instead of just like putting it direct here, we can just come here and we say the bucket const bucket is equal to this, and wherever we have the bucket here, for example, then we can just go ahead and we specify the bucket. And now we have this pre-signed URL is get signed URL. We pass in the R2. So here we need to first create this. So this is R2 client. So just going to say R2 client is get R2 client. And we need to pass in a couple of things in here. So if you hover here, they just tell you expects to get the env. So I can pass in, I think, c dot env like this, and everything I guess will be okay. Let's just first go back in here. I'm just going to simply, instead of passing in this, this is going to be is not going to get us anywhere. So I'm just going to instead say that I'm just going to pass in. So instead of this, I'm just going to say access key. So here I'm just going to say access key, and then here oh, okay, this is the secret key, and then the endpoint. Okay, and then here it becomes like, so whatever we're just going to pass in here, let's just instead pass them direct. Instead of doing this, just going to copy this 3 and pass them direct like this. Access key and the endpoint. So we'll not need this. Okay, so we just say, well, we have the R2 endpoint, so this is going to be endpoint, and then access key, this is going to be access key, and then this is going to be the secret key, like that. So this, if we go back this side, we actually have to pass in this. So for example, the access key is no longer this one, Cloudflare access key, secret key, bucket. We don't need the region, I believe, because the region is auto. So in here we're just going to pass in those 3 things. Okay, if you just see this, it expects 3 arguments: access key first, secret key, and the endpoint. So we need access key, secret key, and the endpoint. So we don't have the endpoint here, which I'm just going to create. Endpoint, which is going to be endpoint. So just come here and say endpoint. So this the R2 client is what we'll use in here. Then command and then expiry. So okay, then the key and then the bucket name. So down here we get the key, then we get the bucket name. So we already have the bucket name, which is the bucket. We don't need the region. In this case, you see that we are passing in only the key and the bucket name. Even if you remove this, now this is going to be construct Cloudflare. So this is construct Cloudflare R2 URL. You need is those two, and then in terms of what we return, everything remains exactly the same, which is really nice. Okay. So then we have API R2 delete. It is exactly the only thing that changes is that after getting the key, we have the delete, and then we just like passing in the Cloudflare R2 bucket name. So let me just go back to the delete, which is actually down here, delete file. We don't need all these. Okay, we need to get the client first, actually. We need the R2 client. So here I'm just going to say, so I'm just going to go back to this. Okay, I'm just going to simply get this here. So if I just go here, I will just remove them to get R2, get the key. So delete command, this is going to be bucket here. So we already have the bucket up here, and the key. So now we're just going to have R2 client. Send command, and we return the exact same thing. Okay, so everything seems to be okay. So in the index, if you just go here, everything is already wired. The only thing that you have changes in this is going to be R2, and then here is going to be R2, just only this. The only thing you just have to change is this R2. Upload files to R2. Even this is going to be now R2. Okay, so yeah, everything remains the same. I'm just going to come and register this in the index. So exactly the same way we have this. I'm just going to say that this is going to be R2. So I'm just going to go to where we have all our endpoints. We now add R2, and let's go ahead and start the server. So we just need to make changes also on the front. So if you just go back to the drop zone, first we're just going to go ahead and duplicate this. So we're just going to have now the R2 upload endpoint, which is going to be R2, just like here, change here. And then we are going to have also the R2 delete, R2 delete endpoint, which is going to be R2 just here. So we can now just come here and we say if the provider we use this errors, we're just going to use the R2 upload endpoint. Similarly, in the delete, where we have remove file, here we have this. So we just say R2 delete endpoint. Okay, so to check out this, if this works, we can first check our, I don't think this kills anything on our S3. So if I just go back, by the way, let's refresh here. We see if we can see this endpoint of R2. So we have S3 and R2. So if you just go back to in here, and so right now this is using S3. And if you want to confirm that it is S3, so if you just go to drop zone and you see that in the defaults, so the provider has to be provided. And if you look at the provider, you have S3 and Cloudflare R2. So you can just go ahead and now specify this. So let's go ahead and say in the create, or we could just say, I think this product form. So if you just go to the product form and you just go to down here, where we have these drop zones, so you can see the provider right now is S3. So if you upload that, it's going to work. We have tested that. So what I just want to see is if you change the provider. Now let's first check a S3 before we go very further. So I'm just going to go ahead and you can upload now a PDF, because this is not about anything like a PDF or anything. So you see you can upload the PDF, and now we have the two files and the PDF also inclusive. So this is good. I'm just going to refresh. I forgot to delete them. Anyways, we'll delete them. So now just go ahead and change this to use the R2. So you can see you have this Cloudflare R2. So this doesn't change anything. The component still remains the same. Only that now we are open to using this Cloudflare R2. So let's go ahead and try, see if we can just get some errors to fix. Okay, so I'm just going to go here and let's add this. Yeah, so you can see this swiftly uploads. If I just come back here, and we have this here, nice. Okay, which is really cool. Let's go ahead and delete it, and we check also if the delete is working. I'll click here, and the delete is working. Go back here, let's refresh, and it is gone. Okay, so that was smooth and swift. So now we can use either S3 or we can use R2, whichever we prefer. We can just use that, which is really cool at this point. Okay, what it is now that we have this working, I'm super excited. So what we just need to get is this data. We get the one that we want. So first of all, we want this and this. So I just need to, first of all, I can now go ahead and remove this. I'll show you if that one's going to cause an error. So after removing that, I just need to actually create a nice from this handle this here. So now we can also create outside here const image. Remember, we want first of all we want also the images. Okay, in the this we need the image and the images. So I just want to see actually how this will work. So let's first go ahead and try to upload a couple of images, like 2, and we look at the object that we get. So if you just upload this, okay, so you have the 2 files uploaded, and then you get 2 objects. So here the files, you get them as an array. So it is going to depend on us how to save this. We need to come up and get the images, or this array of images. So in the values we want to send in the payload, we want to send images. So if you look at our type here, I'm just going to change, instead of having image, or we could even just remove this from our payload. I'm just going to go ahead and take off this. So what I'm just going to do is get these images. Const, I'm just going to say images set images, which is equal to use state, and this is going to be say to default an empty array like this. Maybe just say an empty array like this. Okay, so we're just going to go ahead here where we have the handle files. So we get this file, which is an array of this. So we can just say, for example, here, and we say that const, okay, const, and we can just call this file strings or something, is equal to files dot map. Just going to map into this, access a single file. So what I just want is to return. So what we want to return right now is basically I want to return one single. I don't think we want even to return an object. We just want to return a key, one key like this. So you can just go and say return. So let's construct a key in here. Just say const string is going to be equal to, so let me do this. We'll start by actually adding the f.public URL, and then I just want to say question mark, I may probably outside, question mark key is equal, and then here is where I want to attach actually the key. So I'm just going to go here and say $, and then I'm just going to say f.key. So this is the one I want. So the key is going to help us if we want to delete. We simply get it easily from here. And then I just want to go ahead and return this string. Okay. So now we can just come and just say set images to file strings like this. So you can just say this here, this is going to be string array like this. I think it's not getting the types very nicely down here. Okay, so just say this. I'm just going to also first console.log this file strings. For now, I just want to go ahead and they have already gone. Just going to go to R2 here, refresh. We can delete these two objects, delete two files. I'm just going to go back to here. We are having a problem. This is continuously running. What's the problem? Why are we having the maximum update render? This is not good. And if you comment on this, then the problem is fixed. How does this cause maximum? Okay, I'm just going to fix that in a second. So what we want is so here in the mutate there is something we're just going to do. First of all, let's now create the payload. I'm just going to say const payload is going to be equal to, we could just say dot value like this, and then I add in, for example, images, which are just going to be images, just like this, and I will just get this. I pass it in here like this. So I'm just going to go ahead and check this mutate thing, create product. So if you look at the create product text in this here, so in the schema we're deriving this from the schema. Maybe we actually just say so maybe we don't need to do this, but we can just say z.string array. I think is this z.array of strings, like this. Maybe dot, just going to say dot optional, and also the variable, I guess, to avoid this being a required thing. I'm just going to change this to images. Instead of image, is going to be images. So the backend will handle it appropriately. So basically we need this. So if you just go here and look at the images, which is string array, now one defined. So like even if you don't provide this, okay. So I would want to know why this one is causing so when it comes to use product, so we'll send it this data including the now the images. Okay, so let's first go to product form and ask why are we getting the maximum render thing. Okay, so I'm just going to go ahead and go to cloud. Can paste this. I'm just going to say that the problem I have it with this function. I have a problem of maximum render when I comment this. So the handle file, the issue that handle file is being called on every render. So which triggers set images, causing a state update, which triggers another render, and so on. This is because you are passing handle files related to the drop zone component on file change. So every time the component renders, a new handle file function is created, causing this. The solution is wrap handle file in a use callback to memorize it. So in the drop zone component, you still causing issue. You might want to add the condition to only update state when the images actually change. So it is just to use callback. So we can just handle files. We wrap it in the use callback, and then we pass. And the array means since only depends on set images. Okay, let's just see if that actually works. We're just going to study much about the handle call, the use callback from React. Okay, so it seems everything right now looks good. Let's go ahead and see if our browser is going to. Okay, just going to refresh. And this sidebar thing, it should cross by default. Like, I don't know why I'm fighting with it. Let me just go to dashboard layout. I just need to look for that. Is sidebar open? Is user menu open? I don't know if this one is the one that is causing that. Let's say false by default. It must be the one that is causing it to be open on the small screen. Yeah, so just do this. It's going to be by default closed. So right now we don't have that problem, so I'm just going to go ahead and I upload 2 images, or even 3. Okay, so this uploads the 2 images, nice, and then we get return back an array of 2 strings. So we have this first one up here and then the second one. So this is exactly what we want. It, and then you can see it has the it has an appended key, which is great. So we have the image and then we have the appended key like that. So we're just going to store those as our images. And okay, so now that we have the upload working, we can just go ahead and now send the entire data. So let's go ahead and check our endpoints if everything is okay. So the product endpoint more especially. So let's look at the data that is coming in here. We want the one for create for now. So you get the slug and then the payload. Now if you look at the payload that is coming back, is being handled by this. So if you can see here is having one image. So I would want to first go ahead and manipulate this data, because in the data you can see we have the description, name, image, price, category. So I just want to get, first of all, I'm just going to first get const images, which is actually data dot. Now we can't have the images, so I'm just going to simply now go and change a little bit in this create, and I'm just going to look for this product create schema and change something. So we just going to leave in this boss too, but I'm just going to add in the images, and this is going to be z.string z.array, just like this. Okay, I'm just going to say it can be optional, like so. So already if you hover on this, it can just be optional, or can even just make them nullable. And if you do that, you see that there is something in here. I'm just going to add. So you can just go here and they just say const images. It's going to be data dot images, just like this. And for const image is going to be data dot image. Oh, okay, it's going to be just going to say for now. So I'm just going to say if images the length is greater than 0, if this is true, then if that is true, then we just need to say images at 0, and else so here is saying possibly undefined. Can we just give this a default value of empty, like this? So now we can just either add we can either say right now that data dot image is equal to image, okay, and then data dot images. I think for the images this is already there, so we just only want to change data dot image. We can just say if image is a string, then we just use image, else we're just going to use this. And for the payload, something has changed on the payload because I'm seeing const. What is the problem here? Expression expected. Expected what? Const payload doesn't seem to have any problems. Go ahead and delete this. Is it our server is running? We have a problem at our server right now. So we can't do const payload. What is the problem? Expression expected. Just going to log in again. The server has stopped, and also we don't have this. I don't know what's going on. It's because of this line. Okay. Alternatively, we could just come and we say image is image, just like this. Okay. Let's start the server one more time. I'm just going to go to the R2 and delete these two objects. So right now we have two files. Let's go ahead and delete more two files. Okay. So let's go ahead and log in since they logged us out. Just going to go to products, add new product. Let's close this. Okay, so this time I'm just going to send actually the entire product so that we see the errors or whatever we're just going to get. So let's go back to Jumia. I think we already have this product. Let's get another product. It's cool. I always like laptops, so I'm just going to say laptops. Let's go to something like this. Okay, so I'm just going to say Lenovo ThinkPad, like this. And let's go ahead and add a description. And then here price 1000, stock 100, select category electronics. Okay, let's get all its images. Okay, it has one image. I'm just going to go ahead and look for other images. Save. I'm just going to call this Lenovo 1. Let's just go ahead and search this. Got images. I'm just going to say Lenovo 2, and it's going to be save image, which is Lenovo 3. Okay, so we have the 3 images. Just going to go back here. Let's get these 3 images. So to just get the first one and make it the default. So we have 3 images right now, and I should just go ahead and click on create, and this data should be sent to the API. Okay, we created I don't know which image we have here, but you can just go to the API. Let's go to the API here, products. Let's get first go ahead and get all the products. So we get this with this ID. Okay, let's go and see because the data we are bringing back here on the products is not having the image for some reason. Let's go ahead and see the handlers. Let's first look at the one that we have in the products. So we should have product somewhere. If you just go back in here to use products, then fetch products, I just want to look at the return. So if you just look at this, basically it doesn't have the image. So I'm just going to go ahead and we just want to add the image. It's going to be a string. Now if you just go back to the products, so now this has it should have the image. So if you just go back in here, so instead of this, let's just go ahead and add the product.image. And in fact, sorry, we can just say this. So we can just use this as an alternative. So you say product dot image, or we could just say come here. Okay, let's just do it from here. product.image. Then we could just like add this. Then for alt is going to be product.name. Now let's make sure we return this on the back end. So in the products routes here, so in here I'm just going to go ahead and get the image. I don't know if I have the dashboard product schema, which is this one. I'm just going to add image. So in the handlers, we need to add here the image. And then even in here, we just need to add image. It's going to be p.image. So that should take away the error. Okay, so this is string or nar, and in the schema here, so we can just say that this is optional, like this. So this gives it to be undefined. Maybe we also add variable. Yeah. Okay, so now if we just go back and get all the products, we should see that we have the image. And I'm just going to actually go ahead and get this key, and let's see if we just get this single image. Let's add the key send. Okay, so we have the image, and then we have like the images. Like this has everything. Okay. So if I just go back on the front and I refresh, we should be able to get the actual image. Okay, let's go ahead and navigate and see what do we have actually here. Like, do we have an actual image, or so just going to go to the console, and I will just go on this page for products. I'm just going to console log that. So here I'm just going to do this. Okay. So with this, I can just go ahead and say, for example, I can just name this image. and you can just come here and say const image is equal to this. And a good thing, you can just go ahead and now console.log image. So here, instead of doing this, I'm just going to say if product.image, if this is true, it's going to be else. So if this is true, then we do product.image. But let's just go ahead and see the image. So here is our images we have. Okay, so these are the images. Just going to go ahead and open in a new tab. So this bucket cannot be viewed. You are not authorized to view this bucket. Learn how to enable public access. So I'm not sure why our bucket is saying that. You're saying that the buckets are never public accessible, and where is blah blah. So public can be set up either in two ways: expose you as a custom domain under your control, or expose your bucket using CRUD for R2.dev subdomain for non-production use cases. Enabling custom domain does not require enabling this. So I remember enabling like the public access. So we have this R2.dev. So this is supposed to allow us to let's first go back here. So if you look at this, it is pub, and then it has the name, then .r2.dev. Okay, let's just go ahead and try to view the objects themselves. Okay, so we have some objects. Just going to go ahead and click on this. Now if I just copy this, so this image can be viewed. So what is in here, I don't know if this is the account ID. If I go back to the tokens, so if you look at this account ID is 11E4A 19D. So this is a different thing. What is this? And it is also not this one. Okay, so let's just go to here. 02B, wait a second, 4098. There is no why we have like the 4098. So this value can only be found here in this. Now if you just go to the bucket and you go to settings, and then you go to the public development, is why you find this. Okay, so we just need to get this public development URL, because we are constructing our, if you look at how we are constructing in the R2, more especially in the handlers, we're using this function which is constructing the thing. We are just putting the bucket name, so the bucket name does not work. What works is the public development URL. So if you just copy this, whatever this is, and let's paste it in here. So you see that this is the same pub, so this r2.dev, and then we put the key. Okay, so basically we just need not the bucket name, but we actually need the development URL. So we need also to add that. You see here, if we have the custom domain, I think it's just always good, like you have like all my images, add them like on a domain for this sub. I would have to get one domain for putting all my files, at least, so that just always have a custom domain to put my images. But right now what we're just going to do is, instead of bucket name, we have the key. We're just going to have here the development URL instead of this bucket name, because the bucket name is not working. So here I'm just going to say dev URL, and this dev URL is going to be this. So it's a matter of just actually just adding it here like this. Okay, so the thing is, we need to get the dev URL, pass it in wherever we have this construct R2 here. So we pass in the we're passing in a few things, key, and now dev URL. So whatever you're passing in as the second thing is taking it as the dev, this one, bucket name. So we're just not going to need this, we're just going to need this to be the dev URL, and this is going to be env. I just first leave this one right now. Go here. So let's go ahead and add it. I'm just going to go ahead and add this, copy this public, so just going to call it public development URL. we'll go to env, and this is going to be CRUD for R2, and this is going to be public underscore development URL. Something like this. I'm just going to copy this and add it also in the dev down here. I will also copy this, take it to env, and I'm just going to add it in here like this. And then in R2, we're just going to say const dev public dev URL is going to be c.env dot this. And now just going to have this come in down here like this. I'm just going to restart instead because we changed the env. Okay, so and this makes us to actually wanting to implement like the edit. If you had like this edit, it would mean that we could go ahead and delete this. We'll see that the update. Right now what I just want to focus is this add. So I'm just going to add anything right now, so long as we upload the image. So I'm just going to say test product, test description, and let's choose the files. I will choose the more two files the same, and let's go ahead and create. Yeah, so you see like right now the key is being read very well here in the test. Okay, it is cool. So let's go ahead and implement first of all the delete. So when you click on delete, you want to open a pop-up model which says, are you sure you want to delete this item? And when you click here delete, it will go ahead and do that. So if you just go back to the products, I'm just going to go to just go to the client and look for where we have the products. Okay, so that is where we have the actions, and down here is where we have this delete. Okay, so what we want is to first of all get a nice pop-up model with a delete. So we can just recreate this. That's why like I always want the UI to be created so that we focus on the backend. Just going to say create for me the delete icon button with a pop-up warning. Are you sure? You want to delete this product? I'm just going to say want to create this as a component, create this as a component that takes in a product ID, and when agreed, it should so just going to say it should call the delete product. It should call a mutation that deletes the product. That's going to say I'm using React query. Okay, so let's give it a second. In most of the videos, I will be providing the UI to avoid wasting like more time. Most of the projects are going to be building, they will be coming with the UI designed. As you saw, even in this one, most of the UI is already provided. Yeah, so we'll be getting like some of those, like the templates. Some of them will be buying, or if you don't want to buy, just go ahead and build yours. Okay, so okay, we're just going to see are you sure you want to delete this product? The action cannot be. So yeah, something like this works. Okay. I'm just going to go in here, delete product. So if you look at this, is in components, delete product. We could create it as not just like a delete product, like a delete maybe button, and then like we use it to, but let's first copy this. So just going to go to products, and I'm just going to add the delete delete product button .tsx. Okay. We don't need this use toast. We're just going to use the toaster. So using this toaster like this. So this one is doing everything from here. So long as we bring in the server, it doesn't matter actually. But we would want that delete endpoint to be the side, because this takes in the mutation function. We'll see, but we can also leave it here. So I'm just going to start by installing this dialog. Let's open the terminal here. I will open another client, cd client. I'm just going to say ban. So I think it's supposed to be ban x -- ban shad cn latest. Add a la dialog like this. Okay, so for this one, I'm just going to see how we're going to fix this. On success, we're supposed to invalidate queries products, which is okay, and we can toast dot success. And this is here, and this is going to be toast.error. Okay, so we can just bring in this product API ID for the delete. We don't have this, but we're just going to do that. API products. So we can just come in and say const server. Okay. Would want all these ones to be in the same place. So what I'm just going to do is we're just going to call this function. So right now, let me just do this. Copy this. Let's go to I'm just going to go to where we have the hooks in the use product here. So I'm just going to go to where we have these use products here. I'm just going to do this, use delete product, and you're just going to return a mutation. So return this okay. So even the mutation function, I'm just going to come and do this. There we have fetch products or something is the same way we're going to get this. So I'm just going to go ahead and get this. Okay, I'm just going to have this async function delete product by ID. This should just return, if you look at the return here of the response, so just like be a message. We could have like a message response right now. Just like this. It returns a message response. So it's going to be server URL products. Actually, the only difference is that here we're just going to have a method. This is going to be API products ID. Then here, just going to put comma, and then we are passing in a method delete. So it's going to be fade to delete. And then down here, so this is going to be called like this. We pass in the ID. Then here we're just going to have the query client. I don't think we have the query client. So you can just go back here and get this query client. Okay, and then we can invalidate. Okay, we can toast this here, and then on error we can just do that. Okay, so let's go to in here. So you can just go ahead and say const if we say use delete product like this, we can pass in the product ID. Okay, not sure if that is the case. Just want to change the trigger where we have this. I just want to go to the products, and you can just get this button as a trigger. So basically here we can just cut this and we say delete product, and we have to pass in the product ID, which is easy product.id. Just going to remove this and let's add this as a trigger. There is the only thing I think we're just going to set is this. This opens the model, and then there is this the action. Okay, I don't know if this is going to work or not, but let's give it a try. Of course, for this side, what we need is to create a delete. So create a route. Can create a delete route right now. I think it has in common like with a get single. I'm just going to say delete product. Path is the theme. The method is what changes. The request is there. It's going to be delete. It's a single product. Could just say delete. So in this we could just say when it is success, just going to return the let's look at the delete. Okay, so like this here. The create message object schema. Okay, we pass that create message in the routes here. And then you pass in the message. Okay, so I'm just going to go ahead and So this is going to be delete product route. So in the handlers, we have the product list. So just going to have this down here. First of all, let's first remove these. Just going to call this delete product, and this is going to be delete so just going to get the ID. Of course, we check the product. If it exists, if it doesn't exist, we return that. But then what we need now is to be able to extract the key from the image, and then delete image by key. Okay, so what I would just do right now is we could either route to, first of all, we also don't know if we need to understand if we are the image is it by R2 or it is by AWS. We could actually get that from the image, because those are two independent images. So first of all, let's say const image. Actually, you have to also delete all the images. So you can say image is equal to product dot, now we need product dot images actually. So whatever this is, since we are not returning it, I just need to get the product. So this is going to have all the data including the images. So images even here. So if we want to extract the key const, first of all, we need to first understand the provider. We could first get the one image. Const image is going to be images 0. So we just get the first image. So from this, we need to extract the key. So we need to look at how these two, because actually it doesn't matter, because we need to first get the provider and the key. The provider and the key. The key is easy. Const key is going to be equal to image dot, so we can split. I'm just going to split at key. Let's see. Actually, let's see. Invite hook or hooks can only be called inside of the body function. Okay. Have some errors in the products. So in the delete, here we code the key from outside. How is that? I think calling it from here. Let me see. I just go back to visitor. I have modified. I'm just going to say we could just say separate the hook alone and the delete button alone. See how it can separate this. But basically what I wanted was, I can just first go ahead and disable this for now. So that we look at the products, because we want to extract. Just going to first stop the server and run again. I don't know if the error is going to persist. So we have this use. It created the use product in the okay, let's go ahead and see in our use. So we already have the use delete up here. Just going to bring also this down here so that we see what changes. Okay, so first of all, I separated this function alone, the mutation function, which is okay. The toast we're just going to replace with hours. So the mutation function on success. So it is just almost the same. Maybe how we are coding it, because even this one has return mutation. I can remove even this because query client, we have it outside. So basically they are the same. Even this. The only difference is this one is passing in like the options, and in the options is why you have like so the difference is that if you remove these, okay, the difference is that the product ID is okay. Let me first actually remove this or comment out this. So the difference was that for us we had this passing this in here. You can see product ID is on the mutation, and which is totally okay. So basically it means that I could go ahead and return like delete product by ID, and then I pass in the. So that's the difference. If you leave the function itself, it doesn't actually ask you this. Okay, I'm just going to leave that, and let's go to our mutation function here. So the only thing that we have to change is this. Okay, so this is going to be response. These ones, I'm just going to pass them here. Options dot on success. I'm just going to remove these, and then here we have the error. Okay. So then let's go ahead and see the delete product. So if you look at this, okay, so if we go back in here, we can say call this delete product mutation and dot mutate, and then here is where we pass in the product ID like this. I'm not sure why we are still having the problem now. Let's go ahead and add this. It should be okay. We use this and we call this handle delete. Where are we passing the handle delete? Okay, this is in this. Just going to go ahead and go to products, and let's go ahead and set this. So it's saying invite hook, or hooks can only be called inside of the body of a function component. I don't know, where am I breaking this? Looks like everything is okay. Hooks cannot be called. Okay, I'm just going to go ahead and call this and see if we have any potential bugs here. I'm just going to copy this. I think the problem might be actually coding. I think this from outside. Let's go back in here, because I put this. Can first remove this one. I put this on outside. Where is it? We can also remove this. If you look at the user delete this query client, let me just copy this and get it inside the hook itself, like this. Yeah, so you can just like see what the problem was. Okay, so what I wanted also to identify was the console to see this. So you can see that we have the this. Okay. We could also attach the provider. Could attach the provider. Let me see. Actually, we might just not need even to do this from the front end. We could just do this from the back end. So let's go to the R2. So for example, in the handler where we are doing this, you said we actually have also the key, which you can see that it returns something like this. Okay, so we could just actually attach everything from this return statement. Then we could just say, for example, key is equal to $key. So here we could just say is equal to key, and then we could just attach another one, which is p equal to, for example, here you could just attach to R2 like this. Okay, and then in the other one, I'm just going to copy this. If you go to S3 handlers, it also has the same function here. So you can attach this, the key, and this one is S3 like this. And that means like in the, for example, in the product form, you don't need to now do this. Simply generate the string and just return the string, just like that. So we can now say if I have a string, let's say if I have a string, e.g. const string is equal to key equals some key here, and p is equal to S3, how can I extract key and p? Okay, so you can just use this URL. Need base URL for relative path. How do I get this? Let me give it actually an actual example. So we have something like this. I'm just going to copy this. So I think the split method is the one that I'm just going to use. query string dot split question mark. So we get this. Then from the pairs we split and I'm just going to use this one. Or this one. This one is more easy, but the problem is the passing in this. So you could just use the split, or you can use the regular expression. The regular expression actually gets it very fast. I'm just going to go with the regular expression. Okay, if we just go back to our, let's start with R2. Just going to start with R2. Okay, in the product handlers here. So we are splitting this. The image is the one which is having that. So I can paste here. We're just not going to use. So here we're just going to use image. And even here, image. Okay, the problem is that this is possibly undefined. So we can just give it that if this is true, then you say images it is. We're just going to use it as an empty string. So we just get the key and that. And now we can just do the key operations because we know the provider. Okay, so the provider must be, you can see right now is a string, but it's going to be either Ep.3 or R2. So if we go to R2 handlers, so you see how you do the delete. So if you just go down here to the delete, you need to have access to all these and then get the R2, then go ahead and do all the delete command. What would be better would be coding this the endpoint rather than again accessing all these. I'm just going to go to the upload. Just going to go to the drop zone. And I'm just going to go to where they have delete file. So remove file. Yeah, just going to do this. So we can just say if, so we can have the endpoints basically the way we have them in the drop zone. So here we have this S3, so I can just remove this and I put slash. So you're just going to say if endpoint is going to be if provider, in this case P is equal to S3, okay, if P is equal to S3 or S3, and then otherwise it's going to be this. So now here we just say have endpoint method delete, body is key, so we need to send the key. So already we have the key, which is okay. So we can send this. So we can await this. Okay. I might just not even, I just going to await this. And then now after deleting this, I'm also going to await. Now we can just say Prisma. So we have the Prisma now. That product. The delete where ID. So here just going to return an object of message of product deleted successfully. So we can also give it a default of P. Right now, let's just say the default is going to be R2. So I'm just going to say here. I'm just going to say R2 like this. So if it doesn't find it, it will set P to be R2, and then we're going to use the R2 endpoint. Okay. So here we can also get the product dot image, because like for example the other past product, we can see that images product so you can say if images If it is not, then here we can just take product dot image itself. Okay, then I'm just going to bring this here. So I'm just going to create an array of product dot image. Okay, I'm just going to say like this. So under all circumstances, we're just looking for the key, and if this doesn't return, it's going to default it to R2. We can also give this a default of like this. Okay, and let's go ahead and give it a try. So let's make sure the client is running. Okay. So the client just going to start with the test product. So you click it and says, "Are you sure you want to delete this product?" If you click delete, it says fail to delete. So here product API okay, let's just first go ahead and register this. So we created this delete endpoint, but we haven't registered it in the index. Okay, so now let's go ahead and do it again, because right now API products was not there. Fail to delete. Okay, so this time it responded with internal server error. Not sure why, but API products this, it returned back the internal server error. Let's go back here. Okay, let's first wait to delete this. I think we should first go ahead and see if we have the key. Consider log. I'm just going to say key. And then also the provider. Okay. We see if those, and also I'm just also going fast right now. Also comment the delete because I don't want to delete that product for now. So let's go here, delete. Let's click on delete. So if you just go back to this endpoint, okay, so if you just look at the key, you can look at this is the key, and the provider is R2 right now. Okay, so these are going on really well. So the problem is coming from, I think, this. So I'm just going to return this. So I'm just going to say only if. Maybe we can just say only if key and p, then we can do this, and we can just say raise is equal to await, and you can just say otherwise delete the image. So you can also consider log the response. Invalid URL this. Okay. So I'm also going to need to get the if I want to use the I just need to get the server URL. Just going to add it in the simply in here. Okay. So you can just go in here, and we can add the server URL. Okay, so which is in this case okay, we can just get this from client. So the MV for client has this. So I'm just going to go to product. So we can get the server URL. Is c.env.server URL, and now we can append this. Let me restart the server. Okay, I'm just going to go ahead. Okay, so the product was actually deleted. You can see that this is gone on the UI. That means that even on the R2 we should at least have some objects gone. Okay, I don't know if it deleted or it didn't. We're just going to test. So let's first go ahead and delete all the products actually, so that we test properly now. Okay, why don't we just go ahead and delete even this, then this. Okay, it's going to say, instead of no categories, I'll say no products. Also the empty table. So in the products, we have the empty table. I'm just also going to pass in this. So we're just going to say also to pass in the table name. We're just going to say not required, and we can give this also actually initial value of table name. Just going to say here equal categories, and here just going to say try adjusting no table name. Okay, so now it's going to say no products found. Okay, let's add a product. So right now, I'm assuming I'm just going to go ahead and remove all these. Oh, another thing, by the way, so another problem is that we have not only one image, but we have the, I don't know if the delete it has also for multiple. Because here in the R2 you can find that we have now multiple images. So you're just like trying to get the image. We need to do a loop somewhere here. We need to go ahead and do a loop. Let me see if it can, AI can do for me this loop here to delete multiple images. If I have this, I want to loop through images, then I get the key and also the P, then call the delete endpoint so that I can delete all the images. Okay, so we have the product. This one is okay. So we just do we have our images, server, and the R2, and then down here is where we do. Okay, let's just go get this. So inside here, we first get the server. This now we loop image of images. I just use a for of. Let's change this in the handlers. So if key and this, we go ahead and do this, then return this. So where is the problem? Okay, so this enables us to delete to be able to delete here. Okay, let's go ahead and upload. I'm just going to go ahead and create a product. Let's just say it is a test product, test product, test product. Okay, and let's select the category, and let's go ahead and add. So I'm just going to add 2 images. Okay. Okay, and let's go ahead and create. So we have this. Can see it has the image here, and if we check on R2, we have back the 2 images. So let's go ahead and try and delete this. Okay, so the product is gone. My first check is going here, and they are also gone. So you don't want to delete the image and then you keep with the files in the bucket. If the image is deleted, even the images for that image, they should be deleted. Okay, so I think this is good. I feel like now this would be like we could do this as update, like update image or something, or delete image, like we call the delete because this helps us to and this should be able to delete it both. Let's go ahead and on the front end, let's just go on the product form. I'm just going to change this to AWS. So I'm just going to change this and use AWS for the upload. So we expect to see instead now on the S3. Let me just go here. I'm just going to go to S3 instead. Okay, I'm just going to select this bucket So you see right now we have these resources. Let me just go ahead and remove them. Let's say delete, and we're just going to say permanently delete. Successfully deleted. And now we can close this. Okay, so what I want is to go ahead and upload. Let's go ahead and upload here. Test product, test product, test description. Okay, it doesn't matter. I'm just going to go ahead and add the two images. Let's select like one image. Okay, it doesn't. I'd want just like maybe two images. What do you mean? I actually thought I added two images. Okay, so now this has three images. Let's go ahead and create this. Okay, so the image is there, and if you check in the bucket, refresh, we have all the three images. Okay, so I'm just going to go ahead and delete. Delete this, and let's go ahead and delete. Okay, so the first thing I'm just going to check in the bucket. Okay, so it also deletes the it means like the logic is extracting the right thing, and it goes ahead and deletes it. It gets the provider and calls the right endpoint to delete these images. Okay, so that's cool. The another thing that maybe we should work on is the update. Okay, so I'm just going to go ahead and create here the test product. Which is going to be 110. And then just add the images. So I'm just going to add this and this one. Okay, I'm just going to change back this to R2. I think I just like R2 more. It's going to change this to R2. Okay. Let me hope this is going to upload them to R2. So it did not refresh, so it uploaded them on AWS. Okay, let me just go ahead before I save. You can actually still delete this. and then you can refresh. So let me hope this time I can just go ahead and do this. Okay, so this goes to R2. Okay. Let's create. So you create this. Now what we want is update. So the update should now route us to instead of products create, because if you look at this is product update. This one should route us to the product update, but it's going to be calling the same form. So if I could call so basically in the products, okay, these are components. I just need the routes down here. So just going to have, this is the create. We're just going to have the update. So basically, I mean, is like you can create a folder I know. Do we start with the dynamic? Yeah, I think we could just say, for example, update, and then in the update, we add a folder of dollar $ID, and then in here we can put index .tsx. Okay. That means I just want to go ahead and also get the whatever we have in the create. So you can copy this and just like this. Product form. Okay. So first of all, I would want here to we can now route to that. If we go back to products, if we just go back here, can look for where we have the edits, and on this we can just say on click, and then we can just say navigate. We can say to dashboard, products update here. So if you hover here, is going to so I don't know if you do this, do you put also the params? Yeah, so I think you put the params ID, which is going to be product dot ID, like this. So now we can just like do update, and then takes back to this update. You can see like there is the ID, so we can populate this table. So we can't just only do it in a smart way, that if only if this changes, whatever changes, we only send the changes for that. We could first get that product, like we get the so basically here we need to get the whole entire product and pass it in this component. Okay, so let's talk about the the update functionality. Update functionality can be implemented in a couple of ways. So let's say I go back to my TL draw to talk about the update. So for the update, first of all, here I always prefer to do patch instead of doing put. Instead of put, I prefer doing patch requests, because patch requests they support partial updates instead of replacing the entire object. That is the first thing. And all the principles I follow on the patch, they follow the principles I talked about in my ebook. I don't know if you guys have checked it out, but if you check in chapter 2, you can see that in the chapter 2 there is the patch first update. So the precise of partial updates, the patch first update principle advocates for using patch requests for updates, focusing on sending only the fields that has been explicitly changed. This approach aligns with the reality. Users typically modify only 1 or 2 fields at a time, leading to optimized network usage and improved API performance. So you do not want to change and you send back the entire payload of the changed object. You simply want to change one thing. Like let's say a person updates the name, you do not want to go ahead and update the whole entire object with the same data. So you don't want that. So, and that gives you, as I've said, 2 options. Now you can either design a form in such a way that only if changes, and then send the updated thing, updated fields. Okay, you can do this, and I've done this previously. That's what I've been using. You can also design the form, and in fact design the form so that each field has its own save button. I think I'm just going to use this approach. Okay, if you think about it, like let's say the person wants to, first of all, this one has a lot of code compared to this. This will be also more cleaner. let's say the person want only activate or deactivate this the product update. You want only deactivate it. So you'll find that maybe the deactivation button, first of all, for example, here we have in the create, we have not shown it, but want to show it on the update, or you want to only increase the stock quantity. Okay, so we need to be able to have each field individually like updatable, and that I think makes the real user experience really good. So I'm just going to go ahead and I will try this approach. Okay, so first I'm just going to have an endpoint that is going to return the whole entire object for this. So if you just go back to let's say the product routes in the schema, so you see like the ones we have here, they are not having the whole entire object as it is in the Prisma schema. So I'm just going to go ahead and copy this, and then if I just go to product schema here, so you could just say come here and you say export. Maybe you could just call this full product schema, okay, is equal to z dot object. I'm just going to paste these ones here. So we have, I'm just going to copy this. We have the string name is a string, so you can just go ahead and copy from there. Export const. Okay, and then this is also a string. Slug is a string. Float is not a string. This is going to be a number. This is also going to be a number. And the status is going to be enum. Enum of, for example, active, and archived. We look at the spelling, and then this is the string. This is a string array, so you can just say z dot array of z dot string. The category, I'm just going to remove it. I will leave these ones. Now I'm just going to say also these ones as strings. Okay, so we can just check in this second one. Okay, so this is the whole entire object. So I'm just going to go here. Just going to say export full product. So if I just go in the routes, we already have get single. Okay. I'm just going to call this full product. I'm just going to get this as products full ID like this. Everything remains the same. The only changes is the full product schema, and all other things remain the same. I'm just going to go to where we have the single here. I'm just going to call this also full product. Let me just first go back to the routes. Let's see this route we created. Okay. Here I'm just going to say as maybe for as the full product, and we return that full product. Okay, so here we have a problem. Type date is not type string. Okay, so if you just hover on this, you see that let me first remove this. So if you hover in here, you use that image is string or null. Description the same thing. And then these ones. So let's go back to the schema. So for description, I'm just going to say that this is I think nullable. So, and also the image, we can also say nullable. And then for this, I think there is the dot date and even this. Type string on R is necessarily type string. Okay, so I think it is now okay. So we can just register this in the index. So I'm just going to use full product. Just going to first go here, refresh, and we'll have like get full product like this. Okay, so we have this schema. So I'm just going to have these I'm just going to have this. Let me bring it down here. So basically what I don't know would be I could put these types. Just going to try it. Let's first try it actually with this. So if I just go and put let me also run the I want cd into the shared, and you could just say burn run dev. So what I just want is if I can define my schema, for example, if I just take this here together with something like this. Okay, if I define this and I define them in the shared, so I have the server and then I have the shared source types. So I could just have, so we have this index and this one is getting export stuff from the types. That means we could just create, let me just create, for example, here product dot schema dot ts. So just paste these two for now. Just going to import Zod. We could just make sure we install Zod in here, the server, this ban add Zod. Okay, and let's go ahead and import Zod here. You can just come here and say and just going to say this. Just going to import Zod. So the prettier is still so what I don't know is we could also export, because in the index we say import stuff from the types. Could also do, for example, from types slash like products dot schema dot ts. So we still have a problem. I don't know what's the problem here. Okay, so finally it has saved. And let's run ban. Okay, there is some problem in the index. Product.schema like this. So let me just run ban, run Dave. Okay, so does it mean if I go to the client, for example, I can just fetch, if I just went to use product and I wanted to get a function that fetches I'm just going to say fetch for product, and this is products for like that. Now this one, I want to say full product. Yeah, so you can say you can just get from shared. Okay, so you can just come here, use full product here. Okay, so this one is fetch full product. So the query key for this, if you wanted, you could just also get the full product like this. And so when it comes to the update, you would just go ahead and get const, and you could just get it from route date use params, and then use this, say const data is useful product, like data as product. We can just say error. Error. Error and is loading. So what I want is, I need first of all to create a product update form. Now I do not want to use the product form because the changes are going to be really so many, so I might just don't want that. So I'm just going to do is let me just open this. I'm just going to say, first of all, let's get the product form. We could just say this is the update page. Now we can just go ahead and create the product form. Okay, and then we can also have the use hook. So just going to say I am working on product update form. So from the API, I get the full product. Let us first get the full product. Just going to go here and get these types. So this is the full product. I was going to say I want to create a product update form. that matches the full product. That matches the full product types. The update form, I want it to be modified in a such way that each field has its own update or save button to provide a better user experience, so that a user can update one field at a time. So they create the update component, and also they use product hook to add. They use update the hook to help us update the product. So I'm just going to let it write, then I'll be back. Okay, so I'm just going to look at the, first of all, you can see that we have this, they use product. Okay, let's see why it has added in. We have the ones, we have the actual hooks using the functions. We have the create product. Then down here we have the ones, so it did this update, which is partial of the full product, and is omitting these here. Okay, and is sending API products and is patch. Yeah, which is good. So it created for us this, that is good. So I'm just going to go to use products. So let's look at the last one. It has this function which is update product. It takes in the ID and the updates. Updates is of type partial, and it would be partial of the full product, but still on the full product you want to omit ID created at, updated, and Slack. We don't want to update these ones. Okay, so this is good. And then here we have use update product, like so. Okay, so it is updating this product and even full product. Then the next file is the product update form. So we're just going to create this one. I'm just going to go to where we have the product form. I'm just going to go ahead and also create another one, which is going to be product update form.tsx. Okay, product update. We'll fix this if it has any problem, but so far let's first leave it at that. It seems to have a lot of errors. I will look at the approach it has taken, and then we will just check it and see. And finally, we have the route. Okay, so this is the route. Get this, pass it in. So the fetch is happening, I think, inside the inside. So let's go to the page. So this is the page. Okay, get the ID, pass it in the product update form, and then we should have that. So if I just go back and try to go to okay, let's go ahead and log in. Let's hope that the server is there. I'm just going to go ahead and start again. So you can just go ahead and switch event auth. Oh, document auth could not be loaded. So for some reason the auth API let's go ahead and see what's the console. So this auth pages, for some reason they are not loading actually, because you can see that these ones are there, but these auth I have no idea why. Okay, so the API for the login right now is not working for, because it is returning a 404. I have no idea what is the problem. I don't think like there is something you have done that has broken the API, because all these ones are there. So I don't know what is wrong with beta auth, but I'm just going to first bypass it on the front end, the authentication. So I'm just going to go to the client and probably I'm just going to go to the dashboard layout. And then we're just going to check this session, because okay, I think it is in the route. So just go to the routes, and if you just go to this route here, this is what we are checking. I'm just going to go ahead for now and sort of return the dashboard layout for now, so that we don't need authentication. So I'm just going to go and go to the dashboard. Okay, because we want to work on these on the products, more especially with the update. So we're still putting in this. I don't know if we finished our files. So we added in this and product form, route. So we created the route and the use products. So we actually didn't did we actually create that? Let's first go ahead and see. If I go back to the dashboard, let's go to the products. So we have one product. If we just go to products, maybe just go to the update page. So you have the product update form, which has a lot of errors. We're going to look at that for now. But if you just go back to the dashboard update index, this one takes in, gets the ID. We can't just actually put this ID here. Can just say product ID, and then you say ID. Now into this, we are getting the categories. From use categories, useful product, we pass in this, and then we have also the update. So what I want to see is some of these the errors. So first of all, it comes to this. Property image does not exist on the type this. So handle update is taking in this, which has the image and images. Let me see here if we add image. So here, property image does not exist on the type. Okay, we will see what that is in a second, but I'm just also going to go ahead and console.log the product first. Here, product, we'll see. So I'm just going to go to the detailed page. We can look at the product ID. I'm just going to go to the console. Fed to the resource responded with a 404. In the use products, let's go ahead and look at the use products. So we need to go to where we have use full product on this. So this should just go to API / API products full. So you can just go ahead, yeah. So update product, so each has the button, active or archived. Then the product images, each has stuff. Okay, so looking at the form, first of all, I don't like these buttons. I'm just going to see these buttons. Let me first see them. Save. Let me just look for where we have these buttons of save. So this is the button. I don't know why it added those gradients. So I'll remove that. Then for the images, there are already existing images that we want to show here. So if you just look at this, it has on port change, handle field change. So it used this, and then the switching field, case name, set name, description, price, category, stay, and the images, set images here. So handle update field. And then here just going to update product, and you send the feed value. Okay. Okay, so if I just come here and I maximum update exceeded, of course, because of this, I think the handle, it didn't do it the way I expected. Is using the set. It used the rudimentary way of setting things. Okay, so I'm just going to go here. Let's see if we can just make it better. The form is not handled well. I expected to use React hook form or Dana stack form. Avoid using the use state for managing state, and I'm just going to give it that I'm already getting this when I clicked on categories. I got this error. The code is not optimized. So I just go and see if it can remove this from the form. If not, I will get the form that I used. I think I have a form that I have a form we did on one of the projects. I think it was the e-commerce project that we did previously. So it's basically recreating the form because we're already using in the product form, we're already using Tenstar. I find these AIs, some of them just like it is. You find when it is lazy and it just goes for the easy route. Just going to wait and see. Okay, let's look at what it wrote and maybe see if there is any sense in it this time. I'm just going to copy this and okay, so let's go through. Okay, so it has used default values. This is good. Using the default values for the images. You can just simply import the use effect here. If product, then form.set value. This one is okay to set the initial values. It is also using is data to know if this value is there or not. Let's look at the detailed page. I don't know if we have unsaved changes. Like right now, this is much better. I don't know because we haven't done anything, and it is saying that we have unsaved changes. If I just go here, I can select the electronics and a list the there. Then we have the images. Now for images, there is something I want to do for images, because after you upload the images down here, let me see. So I just want, instead of just one card, this to be like each field has its own small card. And also using the space, it seems like it is not using the space very well. So I'm just going to come here and I say that for buttons, don't give them colors, just leave the default button styles. Also, I want the fields I don't know if I can just like provide. There is this e-commerce pro. I don't know if I can just like log in this app. If you remember this app we did last time, just want to go ahead and log in. I'm not sure if you can still see the admin section. Actually, this one is also powered by it is powered by Honor Steer. I'm just going to go to the dashboard. Okay. If you just remember what we did in this app here, so adding a product, we use this form, okay, but then on the edit, so we go onto this and you can see how these things are grouped, you know. This is how I want the form to be grouped. If the fields are many or something, this is how we want them to be really grouped. So I'm just going to give it this, and maybe it could understand what I'm talking about. I don't know if we should group them 2 by 2 the way we did here. I don't know, but let me just look for this form. Maybe it could help us. That's why when you just do a project, you just need to keep the track of it. So I'm just going to go here, YouTube builds. We have where we had the I think it was this cross-platform, and then we have the web. Just going to open this. So we can just say product. I'm not sure if it will give us the, but we can just go to products ID, and now we have these here, the tabs. So basically we have the product update form, okay, like this, and then it has the tab and everything. Okay, so I'm just going to give it all these and then see what it can actually come up with. I don't know, should we group them 2 by 2 or we group them 1 by 1? I don't know which one is much better. It can just like divide this into like tabs, which is okay. Then like product name, then the description. It is much work, but I think it is much better. Just going to say here, I have a recent project that I did, and it has a better UI. I want to give it to you, and you adopt you adopt the same patterns and design. Okay, can say you can group the fields by 2 so that each card has two input fields. See the way I did it in the other project. So I'm just going to give it the files so that we can see. Okay, I think it's this one. So I can just go here, add these files, then you have the tabs. Yeah, you can divide the cards into tabs for easy grouping. Okay, so for the images, stick to the drop zone component. We're just going to, of course, we'll change the drop zone. We'll add it. We'll come and add it. Just go and check where it is. Just going to say drop zone. Okay, so this drop zone will not only give it, we'll give it here this, instead of giving it only on file change, we'll give it the files. Okay, so instead, because you are seeing here we have this, I will give it files. So I'm just going to say, maybe I say initial files. Okay, could just say initial files, and you can see that the ones which it is using here. So I can just go to in here, and in here I'm just going to say that the initial files, so in this case, let me just say they are going to be of this type, like this. Okay, and so then they're going to be of these here. So we can set it, of course, to an empty array if you want. This is going to cause some problem. Maybe we just say that this is not required, and we can say by default. So you can just come here and I give this by default this, and then let's pass it in here as initial files, like so. So what this one gives us is that if you look at this file metadata, you can now go ahead and construct this. Okay, because you can't keep all this, but you can just come here and say, for example, in this, okay, you can just come here and say, after getting the product, you can just come and say const initial files is going to be equal to, and we can just create an array, and this array we can just add this object, which has, for example, the ID, let me first put like any number, then the file, I don't know what we can add here, because I believe there are some most important ones that we can get. Let me just give this an R. Then uploading is a boolean, so this one can just say false. Progress, I'm just going to put 0. Then the key, like this one is required, and we can just get those ones from this product. So if you remember very well, we can use or revisit, we can revisit the server, more especially where we did in the routes, products handlers, more especially where we did the delete here. So we can just use these here to match the key. So I can just go back to the product update, and we can just say these two, and we can first get the image if we want it actually. So if you go back in the handlers, you could first go ahead and get the image in this way. So we have the images. Okay, so if we just get the images, which is going to be product.images, or product, even this one has the possibility of being undefined. And if we could just do this, and even here this. So we have the images. So what we would do is we could map those images. So while we have this, we could say images do map, then we have access to the image, and then we can just look at the return. So on top here is where we can just do this. So on the return is where we actually look at returning this, this here. So when it reaches on the key, for example, this is why you put the key, public URL. This is why you get the so here we could just like you can just go ahead and get this. Here we are interested in the image. Actually, we could just leave the image itself. So public URL, I'm just going to say it is the image itself. Is deleting, just going to say false. error, just going to say false. Then we have the object URL, which I'm just going to say undefined for now. Okay, so like these initial files would pass these initial files. I would pass them in the drop zone here. So just say, for example, initial files to initial files, and we could just say as file with metadata array. So it is refusing. Okay, let's go back up here. So we can just say this should be file with metadata array, just like this. So if you just come back here, you say we look at the types. Type file incompatible now is not a type file. So we just give it this. I don't know which what we could give this and dissatisfying. Let me see, as file. May be a mistake because neither I don't know. Okay, can I just do a new file? I even don't know if this exists. Like I will see what they can initialize here. Okay, this does not. It is saying that you have to pass in at least the file bits, like blob part and blah blah, which information I don't have right now. But now if you go back to here, okay, actually I have a problem. Can I just ask how I can initialize this like a new file if I just want to give it a default value? Just going to go here and click on this. Just going to say if I have this, how can I give file default values? Okay, so it completed here. So now it gave us things here. Okay, it gave us a lot of things, but the first thing is it gave us the new product form. I believe that is having a new structure. So what we can do is we can just duplicate this and it be there, and then so that we can replace this here. Probably I will give you access to this, guys. Shouldn't worry. So if you just look at we have installed, we need tabs, and then we need here the tabs within this, which we are going to do in a second. but we can first go ahead and go in the client and install tabs. Just going to cd client, and let's say ban x, ban shad cn, add latest, add tabs. I think they are called tabs, if I'm not mistaken. Yeah, let's just go ahead and add tabs. Then in here in the products, we're just going to create tabs, like a new file, new folder tabs. Just going to put here the edit, all our edit tabs in that. So we have, for example, the basic info tab, basic info tab. Basic. Let's see the naming here. Basic info tab, basic info tab.tsx. Just going to add here, and then we have pricing, pricing inventory tab. Let's just see how this is, how it is created in this basic. So pricing inventory tab, just going to say pricing inventory tab.tsx. And finally, we're just going to have the additional details. Just going to come here and we say additional details tab. Okay. Okay, so now we have this, the use product. Not sure if it has done something different or it is the same thing, but we can just copy this and add it in the use products. And then we have finally the update route. So this goes to the routes down here, this one here. This remains the way it was. Then we pass in this. Now we can just go ahead and bring these tabs in. So just do this, and then do this, and then finally this. Okay, so if you look at the update form is much less, it is more or less more organized, and now things are distributed into this, which gives, if we go to the basic here, let's remove this use client. Okay, if we go to, so it has name card. I like that, the fact that, okay, so for the handle files, it is still a hassle, but it has used the callback. We're just going to look into that. I think this is why it has a problem with this. If you also look at another problem, it is this switch tab. We can remove it because it's not being used. So basic info tab has one problem. If I just go to additional details tab, it also has one problem, which comes with also the files. I don't know why it has like even decided files. Then if you just go to the pricing tab, this has no any problem at all. Let's make sure we don't have the use client at the top. Okay, so let's just go ahead and look at how this looks like in real life. Okay, I think this looks like really much better. So okay, we have it to load. Okay, let's just go ahead and look at the endpoint in the use products, because I might just actually just going to look for the full here. Let's just go ahead and put /API just like this, and even the update I going to see, yeah, delete update is going on the right place. Okay, so this looks good. Oh, so if you can actually update any of the two, which is cool. The name and Slack. I'd not recommend to change the Slack, because we are not sending anything. The Slack is actually being generated from this. We might just leave it not to update it. Then you have product details. You can update the archived, and here. Then you have product images, which it has actually tried. You can see actually it has the original image, which I think we're going to be able to add the images if we provide the other technique. Okay, which would be nice. Then this side has pricing. Okay, and then we have additional details. I don't know why it brought this. Then we have the metadata, which is good. Yeah, so basically I like the the fact that this is good. This is good. Okay, so if we update the name, you can also actually update also the Slack. That is very much possible. So let's see how this can really be much better than this. First of all, I'm just going to go to where we have the basic info, and I'm just going to look for this category image. I don't know, because it gave us this category and the image, and then it also gave this additional where it has these the images, update images. So I'm just going to focus on these update images, which is inside the additional. The fact that it gave us this, it has access to the images, and then here is where we need to get everything. Okay, so now first of all, we can just bring this data that we had created in this old file. This one for images and initial files. Just going to copy this. Let me bring it to the additional details here. Okay, additional details. So this one is okay, but the one that I want to add, let's first go ahead and see this new file thing. So it is saying you can just say empty file, where empty file is this. Oh, okay, so you can create an empty file with a name. So inside here you can just say empty file, and then here you can just use empty file like so. Then here in the map, I think the index comes from the map. Image and index. Okay, so here where we have the images.map, we can access also the index. Okay, this sounds like a nice stuff. Then this one ID can be instead file. Can just do this. That would be a good ID, progress key, false, and undefined. This is good. Can see no complaints. Okay, so does this mean if we go back here, additional files? Okay, we do not see any files, but what I want to do is I want to console.log I would want to console.log the initial files. Okay, so we have two initial files. And these public URL are there, but we don't have these object URLs. We also have the key. So basically it means we should be able, if we pass these initial files, let's go back here. We go to drop zone. Oh, first of all, let's provide this with initial files, which is equal to initial files. So with that, nice. So this shows the first of all the images. Okay. Oh, with actually the X, but then down here we also have these ones which doesn't have the X. So current images, let's first see where the current images are coming from. So I'm just going to see where I have that text of current images. Do I have something like current? I don't know. Minimal. So if files are there, you can see down here we have this grid, and then we have the images. I don't know which one to remain with, because we have these, which I should be also able to, because for them they are using, I think, the file thing. Okay, let's go ahead and check properly this. I'm just going to go here. Okay, so render variants. So for example, if you, let's go to the one that we have, for example here, variant equal compact. Drop files here. Okay, so this is, I think, the part we are looking at. Can I just go ahead and recommend this? In fact, can I just go ahead and cut this part here and I see? Oh, okay. So the other part, I think, is actually in the drop zone itself. Not in the drop zone, but in the additional details. So if we just go on top here, we must be having the files in here. Yeah. So we have the files here with the delete, which is not doing anything. I believe it's just removing the moving the index. So I'm just going to go ahead and first it is the one which is having this div, all of it. I'm just going to comment it. That has even this label of the product images. Let me just leave it here. Okay, so I just want to use these renders in here. So if we go back now in the drop zone itself, so where we have the files, so here it has access to all these file is delete, object URL. So files have more things, but I'm just going to also get more other things. For example, the public URL. Okay. So we can just compare, because if you look at the image here, it is using the object URL. So we can just say if is image, they are checking if file type dot starts with image, which is okay. The only thing is, like, we have to check here this, and we say if object URL, if this is there, then like if that returns true, else we should use the public URL, just like this. So if we just go back here, you see that now we actually have the actual images, which is nice. So I can just entirely remove this this label here. In addition, let's remove this. Okay. Nice. So product images, you can see we have them. The good thing is now this key is actually a real key. Now with these names that they have here, instead we can, if I went back to drop zone, because the deleting is done by something else, like remove file ID and other things. So down here they have file.name. Let's just leave it that way for now. So I could just say, okay, let's just leave it that way. Okay. So if I just go to ARA2, I have these two images like so. Okay, so they are still there, so we can just go back to in here and let's delete, let's say this one. So this should be able to delete and go off because we actually provide the right key. Nice. That is for sure. The only problem is we did not update the after doing that, you have to go ahead and remember that you have to go ahead and update. So if you just go ahead and do this, you have to go ahead and update images so that it saves this. So let's go ahead and work on the updating itself. For this side and this side, I don't think we will need this product image. Since we have the images, because the images updates this main image. Oh, we could actually just also put, if you want to update the main image only, I think that is also possible. Yeah, I'm just going to leave that actually there. Like you can just update the main image alone. But then we're just going to use the same technique that we use at the other side. So I'm just going to go to additional. So we need to use this same technique. Just like this. If you just go to basic category image, so here you can just go ahead and you have the product, so you can just do this. And down here, while you have the drop zone, okay, here. So currently just showing this. So we can just go ahead and pass in initial files to initial files. So up here, instead of now saying that it is supposed to be this, because we just need to get only the product image in this case. So it should show us only one. Oh. something is not right. I don't need to spread this. Yeah, so this is the main image, and then you can just go ahead, delete it, and upload a new one, and then you save. I think right now we just need to work on the update route. However much we still have like some sort of like errors, but all these ones are actually coding the, if you look at method, it has on submit. Oh, then handle update field, which is the doing the update product itself from this mutation. So if you look at the this mutation takes in the product ID and these updates. Okay, and then we send to this API and then method patch. So we need to get the method patch here. So what would be easy for us, I think I will give access, I will leave the access to these tabs so that it is easier for you to add them. I'm also going to go ahead and create the endpoint. So the endpoint itself is not, I'm just going to go here. If you just go back to API, if you just go to products handlers, just going to get only one handler that is doing the update. Let's go ahead and check it out. So we have a lot of endpoints actually. Create gate, get one by slug search. Okay, so the update is here. Okay, update is here, check, and is doing all these things. Let's going to get the updates, and let's go back and we go through it in here. Let's go down here, go to here. I'm just going to make it the last one down here. Of course, we'll create its route, so we don't need any authentication for now. We'll get the update, and then we will get the data. We check if this product exists. Of course, we also get the this Prisma inside here. So up here we'll get the Prisma and the ID here. So let's go ahead and create this, and you can also go back in here and get the routes for the update. Okay, I'm just going to go ahead, copy this, and let's go back in the routes. Okay, so let's see. This is going to be path products ID, and then method patch ID param. That one we already have it, and in this we need to have the update schema. Okay, so if we look at the update schema, it would be very easy if we derived it. Update schema, we can just go to schemas here. We need to derive it from this. Just going to copy it here, update product schema, export const upload product schema, which is going to be equal to, so we're just going to derive this from the full product using the omit. If you go here, you can see that we can use let me first see where this one. So you can see we can just use this. So you could just get the one for create and then you use that, but we can just use partial and omit. So if we do this, sorry, here, and then we can also do dot omit, I believe. The problem, I don't know how to use the omit. Can we do this z dot, how do I use the omit in this case? How do I use omit here? Remember, omit, you pass in an object or something like that. Okay, so we can omit this like so. Actually, these are the ones want to omit. So you can omit, or you omit multiple fields. Okay, so in here we can just pass in these. For example, we can omit these to be updated. So when we come back to the routes, we can now get this tags product with relationship, the response. I think here I would just bring in create message object, like product updated. You need to be authenticated. Let me remove this. Then the not found schema, I'm just going to say create message object not found. We also have this category not found. I'm not sure if we also check the category, but we can just first leave it like this. So if you go back to the handlers, you need to first, in the routes, you need to update this. So update product route, and this is going to be update. So in here, just going to say update product route. So we can just get the data existing product prisma.find. So we get it. If it is not there, check if category exists, if being updated. So if data.category ID, then we find if this. Okay, brand, we do not have brand. Okay, so check if slug is unique, if slug is being updated. So if data.slug and data.slug is not equal to this. So let's first understand here, because updating a slug can be actually tricky, because it's saying that data.slug, and so it means that data slug is there and is not equal to existing. So that means like here, if it is equal, then he has not changed it. So if he has updated it, then we go and check if this product actually has is this. Okay, if not, then we just go ahead and update. So brand here is going to remove it. Okay, updated product. We do not want to do this. We might just like get this, but doesn't necessarily mean that. Here just want to return the message updated successfully. Successful like this. So what I don't know is okay, so this is the point whereby it is actually updated because we are passing in data. I do not want this. What I would even want to say is select, and I would just say ID only. If I wanted maybe this message, could customize it and say product, specify its ID here, updated product dot ID, and then we say updated successfully, like so. Let's go ahead and register this in index. Routes dot update, and even here routes dot update. Okay, so it means we can now update a few things. Let's go ahead and refresh this site. So if I update, for example, the name without updating the slug, I'm just going to say here my new test product. So the good thing here, they are all updating, but then the update button, they're not seeing the update. So we can just go ahead and check that. We can just say basic tab. Okay, so let's look at this update button. What is triggering, what makes it to be? So this one is dirty. It is detecting very well. The one it is not detecting or allowing to update is, let's go back to the cards. We have many cards here, so we just into the name card. So the name card has this, and it has this. Disabled if it is pending, or form.get meta. So one of these ones is still on. But another thing is like this is confusing, like update name and then update slug. I don't know why we can't have two single button to update both, because here if you look at this, it is passing in update feed and then passes in the slug. Okay, so which feed is stopping it to disabled is pending. This pending is coming from which by default is false. Now this, let me first remove this. So surprisingly, I don't know why this here changed. Feed.state.meta.is dirty, and the one that was here is form. Oh, okay. Maybe we should just change the name card to have only one thing, to have only one, instead of having to, because if you look at this, the default value is here on submit, but now we have handle update field. Just going to say that the Okay, let's first look at this. So if you look at the name Slack card here, it simply has handle update, which is just like and it really has this I'm just going to say let's just go ahead and update this here. Make sure each card has one submit button, e.g. for example we have the name card, the name Slack card should have a button which says, so the name Slack card should have a button which says update. Not this, just go to the other one. It should have like the update name and Slack. Okay, it should have one button update name and Slack, just like this, instead of two buttons. So update only the addition the basic info tab, because all others have one. If you check in the pricing, we have only one card, and also in the additional, how many cards do we have here? So we have this for update. This one is just showing the metadata only. Okay. So let's go ahead and get this card. Not forgetting one. So there is why we have, I think, the image card. We have our things we are done in this image card. I'm just going to first duplicate this basic info tab, and then I'll just go ahead and get this let's go ahead into the basic info tab, and let's do this. So now if you look at this, yeah, has changes, and then let's go ahead and see if that has that's going to go minimize this card, minimize this one, and now into this one just going to make some updates from the copy here, this one. We're just going to go ahead and copy this, back to this here, and we'll go down where we have the we just go ahead and put initial files to initial files. And we can also remove this. Now here is saying form.select image. I'm just going to do this. Okay. I don't know what that looks like, an error, or it is just so basic info tab has no any issues right now. Let's go back. Yeah, so it's just now okay, and I'm just going to say my new product test. So still we don't have this up to date, and I think what is not working is this has changes. Let me see, because it's using this has changes to okay, for some reason has changes works, and then here is if has changes is true, it is showing the unsaved changes. Let me just go ahead and console log this. Console log has changes. So let's go ahead and inspect has changes. So here is saying true. I'm just going to refresh. So you can see right now it is saying false. So if it is false, this should actually not update. Okay, but if it is true, then okay, so let's go here. We could also just console log is pending. We just want to see what's going on here. Is pending. So you can see they are all showing false. So now this one can't just be, if you just go back here, it's saying if is pending. If is pending is true, or no has no changes. Why is this one not actually bring the this condition is correct? So if I left only has changes, it is still showing false, right? Okay, so if I type in so it did not detect that we actually have typed something. Because I saw this would be detecting if we typed in something. Let's see how is data works. I'm just going to say React hook form is data. And by the how did these ones do they have that functionality? Let's first see in this. So in this one is only having the is pending only as they disabled. Okay, but if you wanted to put is dirty, you can see is a boolean set true after the user modify any of the inputs. So if you want, you can just get from the form state and also data fields. So here set value is data false because there is get values to this. I don't know how to use this, but let's first see if we can just get we can just check in other, like in the categories form, but even this one I used is dirty somewhere. So you can state, you can just get is dirty and dirty field. So how okay, image changed, banner changed, or department changed. The so is using, we have also has sorry, so down here we have this has changed, but if you look at how has is coming from this, let's go back to ours. So here is adding form or this. How about we just say because this one was like this is dirty, but then is dirty was gotten from this. So you get the form state. Oh, what are we using? Are we still using the, or it's just because you're using Stack? Okay, because I don't think Stack has the I don't think Thermostack has that. I don't think so. So oh, okay. I don't think Thermostack has that, because I'm just going to say, instead of using Thermostack, let it just use React Hook form. Can you please, for all the form cards, to use React Hook form, because there is data from Thermostack is not working. So I'm just going to go ahead and I'm just going to use this React Hook form. So let's see what it has done with the basic info tab. Let's see now. We should be having we're using the use form from React Hook form. Okay, so this is the same thing. I'm just going to go to the category image and maybe update the way we did in this here. I'm just going to copy this, go back to this, can add it here. So we can just go to, for this one, we're just going to add this and that, and then we're just going to go to update, so to the button here. Yeah, so you can see now it is accessing is data direct. I'm just going to add on the drop zone, I'm just going to pass in the initial files. So even if we actually go ahead and remove this this here, so if you just go now to the initial tab, okay, so if you make any changes now, you see that this becomes active. So that one works nicely. So just go ahead and delete this one. I'm just going to duplicate now the pricing tab, because the reason why did we make any changes? I think we didn't have any changes in the pricing tab. Just going to go to the pricing. Let's go to the pricing tab. Make sure I'm just going to go to the pricing tab. So pricing tab, I don't expect any problems. I'm just going to do the copy, and maybe the additional details is what we need to duplicate. Let me just do this. I'm just going to go back to the additional details for these two cards. Okay, so for these files, we're just going to look at that. The only thing we just need to do is for the images, let's go back to this, this product card. So down here is where we have the images and these initial files. So if you just go back here, I'm just going to say after the form, and let's go down to where we have drop zone. So we just went ahead and removed actually all these this including okay, we can just leave the label, I guess. Then here you can just say initial files to initial files. I don't think we have any issues like errors. So here files is saying that argument of type string and defined array is inside of type string array. So this I think because of this. Okay, so it seems like we don't have any issues right now. Just going to go ahead and remove the copy, and even the product update form itself has no problem. So if we go back here, we are good. Maybe this needs some padding on the description, but otherwise this looks good. I'm just going to go ahead and add, so start with the basic info. Let's go card to card. Start with this name card, and while we have this button in the footer, let's say dot padding y of 4. Yeah. Let's do the same thing to the description card. I'm just going to go to this dot padding y of 4. Okay, and finally we have this image. So I'm just also going to go here, just going to cut this padding y of 4. Okay, nice. Just go the pricing, do the same thing, pricing tab. I'm just going to go to this here, and then on the additional we can also add that. In this okay, so if you just go on additional details, we also have that. So you can see this image was deleted, but we didn't update the DB. That's why you see it still actually shows this empty, because the image itself is not actually there. Okay, so I'm just going to start and see if we can just like make some updates and see that. So let me just go ahead and say my product, my test product, and this try to save changes here. So changes are done. So if you want to change, changes are done, you can set even here it changes, and even the slug actually has changed, which is cool. Then just say here my test description. Okay, then let's say save, and then we just go to this. We can just change this to okay, so the we have the problem with the category select. Okay, let me first see, just want to test the images. Pricing, very sure these ones can change. If you change this to 100 and then this to 50, sorry, 50, update. Okay, and then additional, let's look at the images. So if you just delete this one and let's add like maybe more one image, let's see, you add this and this. Okay, so you have now two more images, and let's say update. Okay, so the images have been updated. Okay, so let's just go ahead and refresh. Got additional. Yeah, so the images are actually updating very nicely, the stock and every information. Now the problem we still have is now this, the category and image. When I select this, maximum update render happens. Okay, so this happens in the we are on the basic info tab, and category and image card, and the problem is with the we can just remove this, we don't need this. The problem is with category. Okay, so I'm just going to copy this card and see if it can update this. I want to make some changes in this card. So we get this error here. So when I try to select a category, I get this error. Okay, so let's see the update it has done on the CRUD, the basic info CRUD. I'm just looking at only this category and image. Others not on this category and image. Oh, we need to first actually duplicate this. So let's go ahead and get this. I'm just going to go at the end here. Let's get this card here. So it has wrapped it in the use callback. Okay. Let's look at if it has removed our stuff here. Okay, it has left the stuff. I think that's good. Let's see. Okay. So down here to the category. So now we can select the category to electronics, and then we can send the updates. Okay, so this changes to electronics as the category, which is good. Let's go ahead and change this button. This dot padding y of 4. Okay. Nice. I like this. Okay. So basically, this is good. We have our categories. Electronics, you can see now they have one, and we have only one product right now, and this updates really nicely. I love this. Okay, so the only one problem that is remaining is troubleshooting the authentication. Is troubleshooting the authentication right now. I'm just reload this. So if you just look at this, you said this API auth get session is giving us like 404. I don't know what happened. Either our endpoints changed. Like, I'm totally confused. Let me first close all these other things. I'm not sure what's going on right now, to be sincere. Okay, I don't know what's going on, because if you check if you just go down to the server, if you just go back down here to the server, I have no idea why this does not really work. I'm just going to first try to troubleshoot and see if I can just have like maybe the endpoints changed or something because I don't know how all of a sudden we now don't have the endpoints that we had tested and they are working, and right now they don't surface at any point. For sure, I don't know. I'm just going to fast pause and try to fix it, and then I'll be back. So I've just returned. I couldn't fix this error, so right now I'm just going to go ahead and stop here. We'll resume from here the next time, but thank you so much for watching. I will see you in the next one.